Hey, y'all. How's it going? I know it's been a minute. Well, since I was on here officially, but I've been doing a little dabbling. Oh, are you okay, buddy? I've been dabbling with like the impulsive live streams where I just like go onto YouTube and I hit live. But it dawned on me that those have not been saving. So, surprise, I haven't forgotten about you guys. And my title today says that we are going to be watching the I just realized I didn't have my headphones plugged in. So good thing I'm not using them. I just realized that my title said that we're going to be covering the Jodi Arias trial. If it's all the same with you guys, I would like to switch and watch the rest of the what am I trying to say? Like coverage of the trial for Brian Walsh today. We can reassess later. And I still do want to cover Jodi's trial. I thought that we were finally getting somewhere with the witnesses. It has been like the longest day ever. Is today supposed to be like the longest day of the year? Is this like a thing? I kind of feel like it is. Anyways, I haven't even introduced myself, and I'm like tripping over my words again. Oy vey. All right. Hi, if you were here, my name is Lacey Jane. I do these shows, I guess you would call them, to cover some live trials as well as trials that have taken place that maybe you're just now finding out about or want to rewatch at some point. Hence the Jodi Arias trial. Now, if you guys are watching, if you could do me a huge favor and hit that thumbs up, it's free. That helps me a lot. And it helps me because it throws out this video to other people and lets other people see that, hey, she's doing a stream on XYZ. So if you are watching and you are watching because you want to watch the Jodi trial, if you could let me know, that would be helpful. Because right now I'm like 50-50 on whether I want to do that or just tune into the Brian Walsh trial. The thing about Brian is that everyone and their sister is covering it right now. And there's been a lot of talk about Jodi recently and just how much of an absolute lunatic she was. So I thought that it would be interesting. You know what? I think people want to see this. I thought it would be interesting just to reassess that trial and to see what it was that was her flavor of crazy that everyone just keeps talking about. So let's pull that up here. Thankfully, I have it saved under a playlist in my, oh, hold on. All right. So let me go ahead and share the stream on here. It's been a minute. So while we get all the stuff worked out, I appreciate you guys bearing with me. Okay. So let's go ahead and play this for you guys.
2008-031-021, State of Arizona versus Jodi Arias. This is the time set for trial to begin. Is the state ready? Yes, Juan Martinez on behalf of the state.
Is the defense ready?
We are, Your Honor. Kurt Nurmi and Jennifer Wilmot on behalf of Jodi Arias.
All right, please be seated. Mr. Nurmi, you indicated you wish to speak outside the presence of the jury. Is that correct?
I do, Your Honor. We wish to make a oral motion for reconsideration related to the forensic analysis done on the hard drive. If the court recalls, those hearings began on the 19th of November. Ultimately, on or about December 12th, this court denied our request. The state made assertions that it could not be copied. A few days back, Ms. Wilmot and myself went to the Mesa Police Department, and in property was item number 879571. It was a CD with end-case report dated 11/13/12. We did not open that, but we believe that given the date, that must be the report generated from or subsequent to TLSI's involvement with it. And if that is correct, then we would ask, obviously the ability to duplicate is a non-starter, and we would request that that be disclosed immediately.
Mr. Martinez.
That report has been previously disclosed, and in fact, the court has a copy of that report under seal.
So that is the material that Mr. Nurmi is referring to. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, with that additional information, is there anything else, Mr. Nurmi?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Your motion is denied at this time. Are we ready for the jury?
Are we ready to get this shit
Yes,
on the
sir.
road? Come
All
on,
right, let's bring
y'all.
the jury. At this time, the attorneys will give their opening statements. Mr. Martinez.
Good morning.
Excuse me, Mr. Martinez, I believe we did not read the indictment last time, so we're going to need to do that. So at this time, the clerk will read the indictment.
In the Superior Court of the State of Arizona, in and for the County of Maricopa, the State of Arizona versus Jodi Ann Arias, indictment, count 1, first-degree murder, premeditated murder, or in the alternative, first-degree murder, felony murder. The grand jurors of Maricopa County, Arizona, accused Jodi Ann Arias on this 9th day of July 2008, charging that in Maricopa County, Arizona, count 1, Jodi Ann Arias, on or about the 4th day of June 2008, intended or knowing that her conduct would cause death with premeditation, caused the death of Travis V. Alexander in violation of Arizona law. Or in the alternative, Jodi Ann Arias, on or about the 4th day of June 2008, acting either alone or with one or more other persons, committed or attempted to commit burglary second degree, and in the course of and in furtherance of such offense or immediate flight from such offense, Jodi Ann Arias or another person caused the death of Travis V. Alexander in violation of Arizona law. A true bill, Andrew P. Thomas, Maricopa County Attorney, dated July 9th, 2008, signed foreperson of the grand jury, to which the defendant enters a plea of not guilty.
Mr. Martinez.
Good morning again. This is not a case of whodunit. The person who done it, the person who committed this killing, sits in court today. It's the defendant, Jodi Ann Arias. And the person that she done it to is an individual by the name of Travis Victor Alexander, a former boyfriend of hers, an individual that she was in love with, an individual that was a good man, an individual that was one of the greatest blessings in her life. And this love, well, she rewarded that love for Travis Victor Alexander by sticking a knife in his chest. And you know, he was a good man, according to her. And with regard to being a good man, well, she slit his throat as a reward for being a good man. And in terms of these blessings, well, she knocked the blessings out of him by putting a bullet in his head during one event that occurred on June 4th of 2008. Travis Alexander had the misfortune of meeting up with the defendant in Las Vegas, Nevada at the MGM Grand back in September of 2006. They were both involved with a group called PPL, or Prepaid Legal. And basically what this organization did is they went out and they sold units, if you will. And basically it was a situation where people would buy these units and they would be covered for legal purposes should the need arise. And they met, as I said, in September of 2006. And after the meeting, it is true that Mr. Alexander began to have contact with the defendant. And he began sort of to pursue her. But it is also true, or an indication anyway, that initially he was mostly interested in converting her to the Mormon faith. You see, he was a Mormon. He had also been a Mormon for some time. And one of the few first things that he did when he began to talk to her initially is that he gave her the Book of Mormon. And a lot of the time that they had was spent on reading this Book of Mormon, talking about it. And so that their religious relationship progressed to a point, and it was a very rapid religious relationship, that it progressed to the point that in November, approximately 2 months later, in November of 2006, the defendant chose to become a Mormon. And the process that you undergo to do that is you become baptized. And so she was baptized in November of 2006. And the person that she chose to baptize her was none other than Travis Alexander, the person that she had met up with, the person who had introduced her to this faith, and the person that she was beginning to get closer with. And so their relationship progressed after that point, and it became a much more personal relationship. Now they were both Mormons, and there are certain guidelines for Mormons that you'll hear about. Specifically, one of them is that there's not to be any sexual contact before marriage. That's considered a very large sin. And I guess in the grand scheme of things, that's one of the sins that you need to avoid. But their relationship began to progress, and it was a very personal relationship. At that time, as their relationship progressed, the defendant was not living in the Arizona area. In fact, she lived in the Palm Springs area of California. And so it was sort of like a long-distance relationship. They would call each other, they would send text messages, they would email each other. And so their relationship blossomed that way. And occasionally they would see each other. He would drive out there, or they would somehow meet. Well, by February of 2007, they became sort of an item. They agreed to just continue dating each other, just to see each other and not anybody else. And as part of that, one of the things that happened is that they both did what is not expected, but what usually can be expected to happen between two young people. They began to engage in sexual relations. And obviously that is against the Mormon faith. And it provided conflict for both of them, that here they were sinning, if you will, all the time, whenever they would get together, and yet professing to be good Mormons on the other hand. But that's sort of how their relationship was at that point. Well, they continued this relationship for about 5 months, from February 2007 to about June of 2007. And in June, to be exact, using her telling, June 29th of 2007, the defendant couldn't help herself. She was a snoop, just couldn't help herself. And what she did is she went and got a hold of Mr. Alexander's phone, his cellular telephone. And she wanted to see what was in there. Couldn't stop herself from doing that. And so she goes and looks at his cell phone in June of 2007. And she's looking for things to see whether or not there's going to be any contact with any other women. She describes them as being flirtatious, and she wanted to know what was going on and wanted to see if there was anything in that cell phone that would confirm her suspicions about his flirtations. And she found things there that she didn't like. But it was her going into his cell phone snooping. She did it surreptitiously. She did it without his knowledge because she wanted to know. Just couldn't help herself. And so she looks in there and finds things that she doesn't like. And at that point, they break up. That's June 29th of 2007. And remember, at that time, she's still living in Southern California in the Palm Spring area. And so after they broke up, you would expect that perhaps the emails would end, you would expect that perhaps the text messages would end, and maybe that the calls would attenuate. But just the opposite happens. Because instead of staying there in Southern California, or perhaps moving to where she was originally from, which is Yreka, California, which is on the Oregon-California border, instead of going there after this breakup in June of 2007, what does the defendant do? She moves to Mesa. She moves to Mesa. She can be closer to him. This individual that she does not trust, this individual whose phone she's gone and looked into, this individual who she's just broken up, what does she do? Let's go to Mesa. Not only does she move to Mesa, but she moves to an area that's very close to his. And she is not in the same ward, but she does move to an area that's very close to where he is. And of course, the relationship continues. They continue to talk. They continue to text message each other. They continue the emails. And oh yes, they continue the sexual liaisons because she moved here. Well, this continues on for some time, but Mr. Alexander, by this point, appears to be ready to move on, or at least he appears to be ready to date other people. And in fact, he starts dating somebody by the name of Lisa Andrews, and there may have been others that he started to date. But at that point, there was no relationship between him and the defendant other than this constant contact and this sexual relationship between the two. This relationship that was facilitated, this sexual relationship that was facilitated by her move to the Mesa area. Well, this continues for some time until April of 2008. So in June of 2007, she moves here, and we fast forward to April of 2008, when finally the relationship seems to have run its course. It seems to have run its course because the defendant has finally decided to move to where her hometown is, a small town by the name of Yreka, California. And again, it's about 1,000 miles away from Mesa. And what she does before she leaves is she spends about a week with Mr. Alexander. And yes, according to her, they do have sexual intercourse. They continue that course of conduct. And she rents a U-Haul. And there's an agreement between the two of them involving Mr. Alexander's automobile, a BMW. And basically, he gives it to her, but not really giving in the sense that she has to pay him. She has to pay him an undetermined amount.
Did they seat a all Mormon jury? Is that why he keeps really sticking hard on the whole they had sexual intercourse thing? Because that's what couples typically do. I'm just saying, I'm kind of baffled at his strategy right now.
Amount of money per month for this BMW that is his. He actually then buys a Prius, a black Prius. And so in early April of 2008, she loads up that U-Haul. Her mother may have come out here, but left before that. And then straps the BMW behind it. Doesn't get very far before there's a problem. The BMW starts leaking oil and all these kinds of things because she left it in first gear and cannot be towed. So now the BMW is destroyed and it goes to some sort of shop. But she leaves, but she's still basically going to pay for that BMW because she's the individual that was in control of it. But that's still sort of up in the air about that. Well, you would have thought that once she moved to Yreka, which is approximately 1,000 miles away, you would have thought that their relationship would have been over. No, it wasn't over. They continued to talk. They continued to send text messages, emails, instant messaging, and oh yes, there's the phone sex that she records. of them when they are engaged in that particular conduct. And it's the phone 6 that she keeps. Well, 2 short months after that April of 2008, when she moved to Wairika, in June 9th of 2008, the police get a 911 call. The Mesa Police Department receives a 911 call. And the person calling on the other line is an individual by the name of Marie Hall. And Marie Hall is an individual that Mr. Alexander has taken an interest in.
Wow.
She is somebody that is very much in the faith. She's somebody that is in his singles ward, so that they go and they sit around and they socialize and they talk about Mormon doctrine. And so she's somebody that he feels much affinity to, and he starts to court her. And again, this is when the defendant is already in Wairika. He begins to look at her, and the relationship with Lisa Andrews is now over. And so he begins to take her out. There's a total of 3 dates that they go on. But for her,
3 dates.
there's really no spark there. She's not interested in the slightest in him. Not only is she not interested in the slightest in him, she lets him know about it. It's not like she's going to sit there and just continue to go out with him and hang out and that sort of thing. No, they go out one time, they go back to a bookstore and they drink hot chocolate. There's no contact at all. There's not even sometimes what is considered the obligatory goodnight kiss. There's none of that. And she lets him know, I'm just not interested in you.
Just not that India.
And in fact, she starts to date somebody else. After she breaks up with that person, Mr. Alexander feels that perhaps there's a chance with him. And so they go out one more time and they go to a crafts kind of thing where they put a pot together, that's the kind of thing, or they go rock climbing. That's the extent of their dating relationship. He's interested, she is not, but there's never any physical contact. Well, one of the things that Mr. Alexander has is a free trip to Cancun. This organization, this prepaid legal that he's involved in, has given him, along with other people with the PPL, a trip to Cancun. And he's allowed to take somebody with him. And so he approaches this Marie or Mimi Hall about going with him to Cancun. She says, no, I really don't want to go because I don't want you to believe that there's something going on between us. I really don't want to go there. But he tells her that that's not how it is. They're going to go as friends. In fact, they're even going to be in different bedrooms. So it's a situation where she's been to Cancun before. She wants to go. It was fun. So she doesn't see any harm in going. And so the trip
Exactly, Lefty.
is supposed to start on the 10th of June. And so she's the one that's on the phone on June 9th. And she hasn't spoken to Mr. Alexander for about a week, since June 2nd, which is a Monday. And it's strange to her because the trip is impending, and he usually would call her every day or send text messages or maybe email her. So it was strange that he hadn't called her, but she really didn't think anything of it. You know, since they were only going to go as friends, what's the big deal, right? And so when she doesn't hear from him up until the night before they're to go, which is the 9th, which is a Tuesday, well, a Monday, one of the things she does is she goes over on that Monday night. And when she goes over there, she goes and knocks on the door. And she knocks on the door very, very hard. Well, nobody answers. The only thing that she sees is the dog. The dog Napoleon, which is Mr. Alexander's dog, comes up to the door, just sort of throwing himself up on the door very excitedly. And she can tell that there's something wrong here. But nobody answers the door, and she doesn't know how to get in. And so what she does is she decides to call a girlfriend of hers to see if they can get in or somehow make contact with Mr. Alexander, because it's been about a week, and now it's already June 9th, and there's a problem here. And since they're going the next day. Well, she calls this friend of hers who says, okay, I'm going to be out there and I'm going to meet you at the house. In the meantime, Ms. Hall then actually goes back to her house to see whether or not there's any emails from Mr. Alexander, perhaps send him one to see if there's going to be any contact that way. She can't get in the house, perhaps electronically she can go in and have him respond. No response whatsoever, so she goes back to that house. And this is sometime after 9:30, 10 o'clock in the evening. She's not keeping track, really not sure other than that it was in the evening. And so they go back and her friend shows up with a boyfriend. So now there's three of them. There's Marie Hall, her girlfriend, and the guy that she's with. Bang on the door, they can't get in. They decide that perhaps they're going to call somebody else so that they can go to the pad on the garage. And then maybe if they can get the number to that, they can then go inside the house. And that pad does have a code, as
It's gonna give me a headache.
garage doors do. And in fact, the number to that garage pad is 0187. The reason that we know that is because the defendant also admits to having that code. And she admits that that's the number to the code. And if she wanted to go over there, she could just punch in that 0187 and go on inside. But Marie Hall didn't have it. Her friend didn't have it. The guy that was with her didn't have it. But they were able to call somebody who was actually able to give them that number. 0187, they punch it in, and they go into the garage. Things are starting to not look so good because inside the garage is this black Prius. This black Prius, that's Mr. Alexander's. He's not answering the door. The dog is going crazy, and his Prius is in the garage. So they decide to walk in. And they walk in, and this is a two-story house. They walk in, and to the right is the washing machine and the dryer. And then they take a left, and to the left is a bathroom, to the right is a study. And as they continue on to get to the stairs, to go upstairs, Marie Hall, or Mimi, notices that there's this strong, pungent, foul odor in the air. She figures, that Napoleon, he really must have been having real problems here, because this doesn't smell very good at all. And so they walk up the stairs. And when they walk up the stairs, they come to the first door on the landing, which on the left, which is Mr. Alexander's room. And I say room because Mr. Alexander wasn't living alone. He actually had a number of roommates, and the bedrooms were on the second floor, and there were two other people that he was renting rooms to. There was himself up there, plus these two other people. So they get up there, and they go to the door, and it's locked. But the door is the lock on the door is the kind of lock that you can turn it from the inside, close the door, and it stays locked. It's not a situation that you need a key to lock it, but you do need a key to get back in and unlock it. So what they do,
oh my God,
they go talk to the roommate that's up there who's listening to music.
Touche, Joshua. It is so funny and happy and great to see you here. It's kind of what I needed to see right now to get me through this. So happy, welcome, doing all the things. Thanks for being here. Clearly awesome with words today. It's going to take me a minute to get back into the flow of things after taking a couple days off.
Knock on the door, and he has the key. So now there's four of them. There's Mimi Hall, her girlfriend, and these two other individuals, two men. They open the door, and when they open the door, Marie Hall stays behind, and the two men go inside. But she's able to see through the crack all this blood that's in the hallway. And the two individuals come out running excitedly and saying, "There's blood here, and that's Travis. He's in the shower. He's dead." And that's the reason that Marie Hall was on the telephone that evening of June 9th, 2008, calling the police to let them know that the person that she was going to go to Cancun with the next day, this friend of hers from the church, Travis Alexander, was dead. Well, of course, the police responded. And one of the things that they were able to note, and I do have a diagram so that maybe you can follow closer what I'm saying.
That is so nice. Nicest thing anyone said to me this week.
Thank you.
249. I told you that Marie Hall and her friends went to this door, and this is the door. As you can see there, looking there, that's a big red spot. And there was lots of blood that you could also see here. And of course, the body is found on the lower right-hand corner in the shower. It wasn't standing, it wasn't anything, it was all just sort of hunched in. And one of the things that struck the investigators when they first went in there and they started looking at this is that the scene had been staged. It had been manipulated. Whoever had been the killer of this scene had manipulated that scene. And the police knew that that scene had been manipulated, first of all, by where the body was found. The body was found inside the shower, and the killing had obviously taken place somewhere else because there was blood all around the bottom here, the southern part. Right there on the sink, it is clear that the victim had stood over that and bled. And in fact, down here, it was also clear that he had bled there, and there were some drag marks down that hallway. So somebody had taken the time to manipulate, stage, change the appearance of the scene by placing the body there. The other thing that was notable about the staging of the scene was that whoever had done this killing had also taken the time to wash the body down. And it appeared that the person who had done this actually washed the body down with this big cup, had taken it and poured it all over the body so that basically there was almost no blood on the body. It was just bloated from decomposition, but the area here, the cut that they were subsequently going to see, there was no real blood anywhere. So it was clear that somebody had cleaned him up such that whatever evidence was there is not going to be there anymore because the body had been washed. The other thing that they noted was that if this body is in such a bad condition, there was no knife there, it appears there were cuts, and it appears there was a shot, and the gun wasn't there either. So somebody had also removed those from the scene, had taken the time, had thought this out enough to say, I'm going to take the gun and I'm going to take the knife away. Additionally, what this person had done was that they had taken, possibly, and it's consistent with the glass, had taken the glass and had just poured water down the hallway, down this area, because boxes that were on the ground level in this closet area here were actually soaked in water and blood. And additionally, what they were able to see was that down here, this big, large, massive blood with the 45 on there, well, that also had a lot of water in it. That was diluted blood. Somebody had taken the time to actually try to clean that. Not only that, the items have been moved. For example, there was a scale, and the scale underneath it had drops of blood that somebody had, somehow the blood had gotten there, the scale had been turned over. The mat, the same thing, there was blood underneath. So somebody had taken a considerable amount of time, however much time that would be, to stage that part of the scene. But they weren't through with that part of the staging of the scene. Because what they ended up doing is they took, and there was a matching set of towels there. What they did is they took one of the towels and began to wipe the area there. We don't know exactly what area was wiped down, but the towel is red and has this reddish substance to it. Not only did they wipe it down with that towel, but they took all of the bedding from this king-size bed, and they took that along with this towel and walked it downstairs to that washer as you walk in and stuck it in there. And what was also notable for the police in terms of what was staged and what was manipulated was that here in this closet and in this bedroom where the bed was, that had not been manipulated. In other words, there was no blood there, but the covers had been taken, anything that was on there had been taken and placed into that washing machine. There were also some of the victim's clothing that was in that washing machine. And also, interestingly enough, in that washing machine downstairs was a camera. And this camera, unfortunately, had been put through the wash. And as everybody that's familiar with the washing, that's not a very gentle sort of process. And the camera was destroyed. It was all messed up. It would never take any pictures again. So that's one of the things that confirmed it, or that the police were able to see. The other thing that they were able to find came from the body, things that they needed to know. And one of the things that they noted from that was that this was a very violent attack that took some time. The reason that it was a very violent attack is that there were 3 ways that he was killed. It wasn't just one shot, it was more than that. And what the medical examiner was able to find was, his name's Kevin Horn, was that there was a stab to the heart area that was not immediately or rapidly fatal. And what that means is he stabbed and he still lives. He still can walk, he can still stand, he can still grab, he can still speak. That's not immediately fatal, and it's not rapidly fatal. The other thing that the medical examiner found, but it would kill him, this stab to the heart. The other thing that the medical examiner found was that his throat was slit from ear to ear. And that one was rapidly fatal, which means it would have killed him very quickly because of the blood loss. Not only would it have killed him very quickly, but he would not have gained or had consciousness for a very long period of time. He would have almost immediately have lapsed into unconsciousness. So the one to the throat. Well, and the one to the head, well, again, since that involved the brain, and although the body was decomposed, according to the medical examiner, that one was also rapidly fatal. And additionally, he would lose consciousness immediately. Based on that, and based on the fact that Mr. Alexander in his hands had what the medical examiner is going to term as defensive wounds. In other words, Mr. Alexander did not die calmly. He fought. Whoever this person was that had killed him, he had fought, which meant that he was conscious at the time. So what that meant is that with regard to the injuries that were inflicted, according to the medical examiner, the first injury was the one to the heart. And when that was inflicted, Mr. Alexander at some point began to fight. And what he was able to do was grab the knife, but he grabbed the blade of the knife so that he has cuts in his hand as he's fighting, presumably for his life. They're called defensive wounds. And given that there was blood over the sink that we have over here, and that the sink is waist level, and that blood is coming down from a source, Mr. Alexander was able to get from where he was stabbed at this point, go over to the sink, stand there and bleed. But those aren't the only wounds that he had. He had a grouping of wounds back here behind his neck, on his shoulders. He had some on his head. He had some on his ears. He had some here too. And by here, I mean his front torso area. So the first hit, if you will, was to the heart area. And he was walking around. He was grabbing the knife. He was trying to defend himself. And that's why they call him defensive wounds. Given the blood spatter pattern, he ended up over here where the 45 was. And when he ended up there, that's when his throat was slit. And he was still alive. And we know that because of the amount of blood that was there. So whoever had done it basically followed him around, gone to where that 45 is, went to finish him off and cut his throat. But they weren't through with him. What they did is, this individual then, dragged him this way, towards the area of the sink. And in that area of the sink, where that number 1 is, right in that general area, and according to the medical examiner, by that time, he was probably most likely dead, finished the job as if it needed to be finished. Because the first one, even though it wasn't rapidly fatal, was going to be fatal. The second one, for sure, was totally fatal. The third one, well, took a shot, stuck it in his temple, and the body was at that point more likely than not dead. So Mr. Alexander probably didn't feel that one. But one of the things that we do know, and you'll see, is that there's a number 1 here. One of the things that was there was a 25 caliber casing, which means that the gun that was used was a 25 caliber. Even though police were not able to recover the gun, they know that it was a 25 caliber handgun. So that's what they have in this particular area. But you can have all of that. You now know that was Mr. Alexander. You now know how he died, but you really don't know the time. You haven't narrowed that down. And quite frankly, you don't know the identity, one of the most important things, of the person who may have done this. And so police were kind of left there to guess. And you can live all of the fingerprints you want in the world, but if you don't have anybody to compare that to, you're not going to know who the person was. And you can get all of the blood and DNA samples that you want, saliva, any biological substance that you want, but if you don't have it to compare to a known sample, that really doesn't get you any nearer to solving this crime to find out who the person was that had actually killed this individual. Well, the police then went downstairs and they found this camera. And as I told you, this camera was destroyed. But one of the things that they were able to do is they were able to take out a very small item. It's a SIM card, which is really the brain of the camera. And this camera had been recently purchased by Mr. Alexander. He had bought it between April of 2008 and his killing. Because according to the defendant, she actually advised him via the phone while he was making this purchase of this camera so that he would get a really good camera. Well, this really good camera was in the washer, it was destroyed, it wasn't going to take any pictures anymore. So the police really seem to have nothing except the SIM card. And the SIM card has gotten wet, it has gone through the cycle, and so what ends up happening is that they get this SIM card. And with this SIM card, they are able to find, and you're going to hear the term end case. They're able to put it through this process so that even though not only has it been damaged, but in this camera, somebody has gone through and erased everything. So that not only is the camera damaged physically, but the person who had it last, whoever that may be, has erased everything. But the police are able to recover, using this NCASE program, 3 sets of photographs. And the first set of photographs is in the early afternoon. And it's a group of 6 photographs. And these photographs are dated June 4th, 2008. And they have times on them. And they have time to the second. And what they're able to see that on June 4th, at 1:42 and 53 seconds, Mr. Alexander was very much alive. Not only was he very much alive, he was involved in these photographs with a woman. And yes, they were both sinning because they were going at it. They were nude. And yes, they are engaged in sexual relations in these photographs. And the first photograph is at 1:42:53 p.m. The police are able to go in there and get that photograph.
Who says that? Who says that? What? What? What was the demographic of this jury that he thought that needed to be said? Oh my goodness. Oy vey. Oh wow. Is that what this entire trial is like? Because if so, we're in for a ride. Probably a bad choice of wording, but let's go.
And this shows a frontal view of a woman. Then there's another photograph at 1:44 p.m. and it shows this woman's back end. And they're nude. They're just taking photographs. At 1:44:50 p.m., there's a photograph of the victim, and clearly he's excited. But there's also on there a bottle of KY, which is a personal lubricant that's used during sex. And we know that it was the defendant who introduced Mr. Alexander to the use of this KY. Well, the other thing is that we also, at 1:47:15, there's another view of the defendant.
Wow.
And then there are 2 other photographs that you really can't tell the time, but certainly they are of the defendant. So there's a total of 4 photographs of the defendant and 2 of Mr. Alexander. And they're both of them are very much alive. And yes, these are salacious photographs in the sense that what they are doing is what happens behind closed doors. But there is no legal prohibition against her driving or coming over to his house and having sex. There's no prohibition about that. There's no prohibition against Mr. Alexander having sex either. But that's what they find. They find him with a woman having sex on June 4th of 2008. Very much alive, both of them sinning, if you will. Well, but that still doesn't get you any nearer to solving this crime because at least you know that he was alive on June 4th. And as they look at those photographs, they're able to make a determination, are able to see that actually the person in that photograph is somebody that people know. And it's an individual by the name of Jodi Arias. But you know, photographs can be a little blurry, they can be a little deceptive. You kind of want to be sure that that's the person. And so what they do is, on this hallway, and you'll see it as number 77, they were able to find a palm print, left palm print. And that is a mixture, it's a DNA mixture, but it's a palm print. And they're able to compare it to the known photograph of Jodi Arias, and she's left-handed, and that's her palm print. That's palm print. So now they have a photograph of what they believe is her, plus they have this palm print, and they developed a DNA profile from there that matches her DNA profile. Then also in the hallway here at number 6, down here toward the bottom, where there's the RP and the 6, they find a hair, and they conduct DNA analysis on that hair. And the profile that is developed, pursuant to that DNA analysis, matches the profile of the defendant. So the police are now sure that the person in those photographs is the defendant, and it's June 4th of 2008. Again, it's nice to know that, and they're getting close, and it appears, because of all the blood that's there, that she's the person that committed this horrible crime, that committed this horrible killing. So what they do then is that they continue on with the investigation of the photographs, and they find a second set of photographs in this camera. And this second set of photographs is 20 photographs, and they are all of Mr. Alexander. And presumably because she's the one that's in the photograph with him, and they're not out of photographs. In other words, he's not taking them himself. It appears that she's the one that's taking up these photographs of him in the shower, and they're on June 4th, 2008 at 5:22:24. They were engaged in these acts at 1:45, but now at 5:22:24, he's in the shower, and he's posing for the person who's taking these photographs. And there's many poses of the water running down him, and most of them are from the waist up. So there's no genitalia that are being shown during these photographs. But the 20th photograph shows him sitting in this shower. And you do see the lower right quadrant of his posterior. And that photograph was taken at 5:30. So he was in the shower for approximately 8 minutes with these photographs being taken. Well, that again starts to narrow it down. And then there's finally a third set of photographs. And these are accidental photographs. These are inadvertent photographs. These are photographs that the killer did not want taken. And the first one of those.
Are these like butt dials, but for a camera? I'm just wondering. Just hypotheticals here. Thanks.
It's 44 seconds taken 44 seconds after the photograph of Mr. Alexander's posterior in the shower. And that's taken
Posterior?
at 5:31:14. I'm sorry, yes, that is taken at 5:31:14. So it's 44 seconds after the last photograph in the shower. And this is, if you will, a photograph of movement. And the reason that I say it's a photograph of movement is because it's taken, or it's consistent with being taken from the waist. The camera is straight up. In other words, it's not upside down, it's not to the side, it's straight up. But the photograph is a picture of the lights above the shower, and it's nothing more than movement. But that's when the attack is happening, and that's when Mr. Alexander is being attacked by this individual. The next inadvertent photograph is at 5:32:16, 1 minute and 2 seconds later. And that photograph is taken right here, near that 45. And it's another inadvertent photograph. And this photograph is consistent with the camera being taken off from the shoulder, the lanyard that's around it, and falling. But the camera is actually on the ground now and upside down. So this photograph is upside down. All the other photographs have been right side up, which is consistent with the camera falling here, striking the click, or striking the button, and taking a photograph. And you do see the killer in this one. You see, this individual's here. You see her foot. Not only do you see her foot, but you see Mr. Alexander's head. You see his arm. You see him bleeding profusely. You see the area of the sink down here. And you know what else you see?
What?
You see her manipulating him, trying to drag him or move him. And we know she moved him because he ends up in the shower. So we do know that. I see her for sure. Well, she begins to pull him towards the shower. And there's another photograph that's inadvertently taken 1 minute and 16 seconds later at 5:33:32. And this photograph, again, is upside down when it's found. So the camera had not been moved, apparently, from the previous photograph. And this one is consistent with somebody stepping on the camera and there being a photo that is taken. And on this one, what you do see is the shoulder of Mr. Alexander. You see the trim, and it's a little bit further down. This hallway. It's this person that's in court here today. Drags him down in this direction. So the police now know what happened. They know that on June 4th of 2008, starting around in the afternoon, sometime after 1 o'clock, the defendant is there with Mr. Alexander. Even though they've broken up, even though she's in Wairika, somehow she's there in his house in Mesa, Arizona. They know that they engage in what is clearly one of the normal things of our species, and that's sexual intercourse. They enjoy themselves. Yes, from a religious perspective, both of them were sinning. But she's there, and she's there from Wairika. She took 1,000 miles to get to that sinning. Then we know that at 5:30ish, later on, he's in the shower.
Bugs him.
Whatever's going on, his defenses are down. He's very comfortable. We also know then that as he sat there, she took the knife and began to stab him when he was in that defenseless sitting position and began to stuck the knife in his chest. He struggled. He grabbed the knife. And when he grabbed the knife, of course that resulted in more blood. But since he's not going to die immediately, he's going to die from the loss of blood, and he hasn't lost consciousness, he began to go around the bathroom and ends up at the sink, hunched over.
Woof.
We know that he receives a lot of stab wounds to the back and they're grouped, and also to his head. We know that he was stationary at that point when he gets to that sink. So we don't know exactly where, but it could be. It's consistent with him then being stabbed at that point as he continues to bleed out. And this bleeding out process is not immediate. He can speak, he can talk, blood may be flowing from his mouth, but he can still make noises, he can still move until he starts to lose strength. We know that, we can say at least, that it's consistent with him then trying to get away. And he got as far as here, the entrance to the major part of the bedroom. And we know that because of the photographs that we have. And we also know because of the big blotch of blood that's there. And that's where the slitting ear to ear took place. He was still alive at that point. That's why there's so much blood. Because when you die, the medical examiner will tell you, you can do whatever you want to the body. But if you're already dead, there's not going to be this spurting of blood. There's not going to be this blood that's out there.
Arterial.
So he was still alive then. We also know that that is a rapidly mortal wound. And in light of the fact that he was already bleeding, he was more likely than not dead at that point. And by the time she was dragging him down, pulling him down towards this area right here, he didn't need that shot to the head. But she had a gun somewhere. She got that gun.
That's
We don't know
dumb.
the distance. And part of the reason we don't know the distance is because the body's decomposed. But we do know that she put that bullet right in his temple. And that also would have been rapidly fatal. That injury would have also rendered him unconscious. So after that, she took that camera at some point, knowing what was on there. And you know how difficult it is to deal with these cameras. She was able to go through the process and deleted all of the photographs. She took time to drag him, put him in the shower, clean him up, doing away with whatever evidence may be on there, clean the area there, even though it's still very bloody, took a towel to clean up, walked downstairs. Remember, he's got this dog Napoleon there. Walked downstairs, went to the washing machine, stuck everything in the washing machine, and had the wherewithal to start it. Put the camera in there after she deleted all of those photographs. Police knew that that's who she was. But they had something else that they needed to deal with. Because as I told you, this happened on June 4th. It was a Wednesday. The body wasn't discovered until Monday, the 9th of June. On the 10th of June, which is when, since everything happened at night, the investigation really took off on the 10th. Detective Steve Flores of the Mesa Police Department received a telephone call from somebody wanting to help. This person here called him up, wanted to help him out, and started to talk about how their relationship with Travis Alexander, how she was in Yreka, California at this time this happened, could not have had anything to do with this at all. She was asked, well, does Mr. Alexander have any guns? Oh, no. Mr. Alexander has no guns whatsoever. All he could do for him to defend himself, all he had was his fist. How about knives? Did he have any knives? Oh, no knives. Oh, not Mr. Alexander. He didn't have any of that. Not Travis. So she's telling them he didn't have a gun there. So that the killers, whatever they were, according to her, brought them with them. The other thing that she says is that, well, you may want to start looking. She gives him a lead. You may want to start looking at one of his roommates, a guy by the last name of Brown, Thomas Brown. That's who you really need to look at because, if you're really looking for people, that's the person who you may want to look at because I wasn't there. According to her, the last time she was there was in April of 2008. So how could it be her since this happened on June 4th, 2008? So it really couldn't have been her. Well, at that time, of course, the police know. They've seen photographs. They already know they have fingerprints there. So they know that perhaps isn't the truth. Well, they know it is the truth. It's not a perhaps proposition. And so, but this detective keeps talking to her. And she says, it really wasn't me. I didn't have anything to do with it, and describes this relationship that she had with Mr. Alexander. The police need to do something with that because she has made it a point of saying she wasn't there. I couldn't have possibly been there. And so they start looking further at a possibility where she was and that sort of thing. And one of the things that they're able to discover is that a week before this killing on June 4th, 2008, on May 28, 2008, there was a burglary report, seemingly unrelated to this case. There was a burglary report up in Yreka, California, where she was, May 28, 2008. And the burglary, the police responded sometime around 3:30 in the afternoon of May 28th, which was about a week before Mr. Alexander was killed. And they responded to a house on Pine Street, the house where the defendant was living back on May 28th of 2008. And the police did talk to the defendant about it, and there were items that were taken during this burglary. But according to the officer that responded, Kevin Friedman of the Yreka Police Department, well, there's something not right about this burglary. I mean, maybe the entry, there was a little bit of a problem. It was just like they were very careful how they entered. They opened the drawers, but there were items that clearly were of value that they didn't take. And, well, it just didn't seem quite right. When he went there were two people there, the grandparents, but the defendant wasn't there. She was called and showed up and indicated that she had been the last person there and had been there as late as approximately 1 p.m. And the burglary was reported sometime around 3:30. So it happened between 1 and 3:30 p.m. And the defendant reported, oh, yes, there was some items that were taken of mine. There was a $20 bill and a $10 bill, so there was $30 that were taken of mine. And luckily for me, before I left, I was able to hide my laptop underneath some dirty clothing. So just in case somebody came in and wanted to steal stuff, they didn't take my laptop. And thank God I did that because they didn't take my laptop. Well, those were some of the things that were taken and some of the things that were taken. But one of the things that was taken was a .25 caliber handgun belonging to the grandfather. And this is just a week before the killing. And it matched in the sense that it's the same caliber, the .25 caliber casing that is labeled number 1 and it's found by the sink. Well, the police looked at that and knew that there was a time. It was very close in time. The other thing that police were able to find was that on that same day, May 28th of 2008, at 9:25 p.m., the defendant sent an email. And she sent an email to Travis Alexander. And she mentions that he's going to Cancun. That's the first mention there is in any of the correspondence, whether it be text messaging, whether it be emails or instant messaging, of Cancun. And she indicates that she knows that he's going to Cancun. It is clear now that he's going to Cancun, and she ain't going with him. So that's something that they have. The other thing that they start looking around and they're able to find is that the defendant on June 2nd, which is 2 days before the killing, actually went from Yreka, California to Redding, California, which is maybe 1 to 2 hours away, south. And she went south for the purpose of renting a car. They have car rental agencies in Yreka, but she actually went to a different town that's approximately 90 miles away. And she went to a budget rent-a-car, and she spoke to the agent there. And one of the things that she was able to do is rent a car. But again, it was not in her town, and it was in a place that's far away. And the person who rented the car to her, well, he was shown a photographic lineup. And he said, and asked whether or not he saw the person that he rented the car to. He said, oh yeah, there she is right there, the defendant. He said, but the photograph that you're showing me, she's got black hair. When she came to rent the car for me, she was a barn. So, it's the same girl, I'm sure of that. But her hair color changed. Her hair color changed from June 2nd to June 4th in the afternoon when she was having sex with Mr. Alexander. So we know that from the photographs. And she rented the car and said she was going to return it on June 6th of 2008. And in fact, she returned it on June 7th of 2008. And there was over 2,000 miles in that car. One of the other things that police were able to do is that they were able to find receipts. And they were able to show that the defendant, in fact, and she readily admits this now, that she did take a trip. She took a trip, but she was going to go to Utah, according to her. She was going to go to Utah because she has a love interest there, or somebody that could potentially be a love interest, by the name of Ryan Burns. And she was going to visit him, not only visit him, but she was also going there to maybe do some marketing with PPL on this Thursday afternoon, which would have been the 5th of June. And so they're able to see that she goes to Southern California. She stops at places like Starbucks there in the evening, sometime around 9 o'clock in the evening, and giving her plenty of time to be there the next day. So they're able to see that not only does she have the opportunity, she actually is placed near the area of California, which would have been short is a relative term, drive to Mesa. So when she says to the police back on June 10th of 2008 that she hadn't been there, well, the police knew now that was not true because they could trace her movements. Well, the other thing that they were able to find that came out is that...
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be back in the designated area at 1:30. Please remember the admonition. I'm going to ask that you review the admonition. It is in your black binder. You should have it in writing.
I don't like when judges stop. I don't care if it's the prosecutor or the defense. I really don't like when they stop them in the middle of their flow. I think it throws things off. And I think that everyone could have waited, 17 more minutes? I don't know. I'm just saying.
You are excused.
We left off before lunch talking about the police investigation into the defendant's statement that she was not at Mr. Alexander's home on June 4th of 2008. And specifically, we were talking about the police obtaining documents that showed that she rented a car in Redding, California on June 2nd, and that they were able to show that she actually made her way down south in California and made her way down to Southern California, and at some point made her way over to Utah. And ostensibly, she indicated that she was going to Utah to meet up with a friend, somebody that she had a romantic interest in, somebody by the name of Ryan Burns. And what Mr. Burns will tell you is that she was supposed to arrive a day earlier. And somehow, for this whole period of time, couldn't get a hold of her. Tried to call her, she would call him back. You know now that the reason that was is because she was with Mr. Alexander. But she did happen to arrive in the Salt Lake City, Utah area on June 5th, June 5th, which was that Thursday. And as she got there, sometime around a little bit before 11 o'clock, Mr. Burns indicated that he had to go to a meeting, and that if she wanted to go with him, that she could follow him in her car, the rental car that she was driving. As they were driving in West Jordan, Utah, an officer with the West Jordan Police Department stopped her in that vehicle. And the reason they stopped her in that car was because there's a problem with her license plate. There are 2 plates that are required in Utah, and in fact, there are 2 plates that are provided and required in California. So when the car was rented, there was a front plate and there was also a back plate. Well, the car that she was driving did not have a front plate. So between the time that she rented it and the time that she was stopped, somebody took that plate off. Additionally, the reason that she was stopped is that the plate in the back had been turned upside down. And so the police officer stopped the car, and he will come in. His name's Michael Gallietti, and he will tell you that the person that was driving the car was the defendant. And she provided some story about being at Starbucks, and that somehow some of the kids were trying to play a trick and took the license plate off the car and put one of the license plates inside the car, and then somehow turned the other license plate upside down. Well, she continues on with Mr. Burns, and then at some point the meeting is over. They go back to his place. And what seems to be something with her is that the inevitable happens. They do begin to become engaged amorously. They begin to kiss. They begin to get involved in that sort of fashion. And Mr. Burns will tell you that, yes, they did go further than that. And in fact, he will say that he had his hands between her legs. And he will also say that the reason that they didn't go all the way or continue on to sexual intercourse is because he's Mormon. And his teachings, which I've been telling you about, do not allow for that sort of behavior, if you will. And so it wasn't that the defendant was stopping him. It was that he decided not to go any further than that. And then the police also determined that the car was finally returned on the 7th of June back to the budget rental car in Redding, California. Well, the police, now knowing that there was this trip that was planned, they have the photograph, they now have the DNA, and they also have the fingerprints, arrested the defendant for the first-degree murder of Travis Alexander. And as part of that process of the arrest, the police conducted or spoke with the defendant. And of course, prior to speaking with the defendant, they admonished her of the Miranda warnings, they talked to her about what the Miranda warnings were, and she agreed to speak with them, and these are videotaped. And this was on June 15th of 2008. And they arrested her while she was in this home on Pine Street, the home that she lived there with her grandparents, the home where there was this burglary on May 28th of 2008. And when they spoke with her on that June 15th, the defendant said, well, I'll talk to you about it, but I don't, other than what I've already told you, I don't know too much about it. Well, why don't you tell us what you do? Well, I can tell you that the last time that I was there was back in April of 2008. That's what she told me. And they said, well, are you sure? I mean, we have some photographs of you there. She said, well, are you sure they weren't taken on a different date? No, we're sure they weren't taken on a different date. Well, I wasn't there. It wasn't me. Well, what about this time lapse? What about this gap where you sort of disappeared? You're supposed to be in Utah with this other boyfriend of yours, and yet you can't be found. People are making calls, there are no calls going out, nothing going in. What about that time? I got lost. What ended up happening is that I ended up getting lost, and I got so lost I almost can't tell you where I was. But I do know one thing, she said. I ended up on the I-40. And the detective said to her, how can that be possible? If you're coming from California and you're going to Salt Lake City, Utah, how is it possible, since the road goes northeast, the 15 goes northeast and takes you through Las Vegas that way? Why? The only way that you can get on the 40 is if you come through Mesa and then you come up that way. You couldn't have been on the 40. There's no way that you could have. Oh, yes, I was. She said, I can get lost with the best of them. I slept in my car and my phone. The reason no one was able to get a hold of me was that it wasn't charged up. It has lost its charge. The police kept saying, but that doesn't make any sense. Why would you say that that's what happened? And if you're going to Salt Lake City, how can you say that you actually came through the 40 and then up through Las Vegas that way? She kept to her story and said, no, I was never there on June 4th, 2008. So the police left it at that. The next day, she indicated a willingness to continue talking to the police officers. And that was July 16th. And she was again read her Miranda warnings. This time, when she spoke to the police officer, she said, I got to tell you something. I really have to tell you something. Maybe what I told you yesterday, well, maybe that's not the truth. What I really have to tell you today is what happened. And what ended up happening is, and I'm just incredibly scared for my family. I'm just totally scared for my brother, my sister, my family, my grandparents, because as a result of this killing, well, the people that really did this killing, they're the ones. These are the people that are out to get my parents. So, although I told you yesterday that I wasn't there, well, I'm telling you now that I was there. And I can tell you what happened. I arrived there sometime around 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning of June 4th. When I arrived there, Travis was on the computer, and he was watching some sort of YouTube thing about some ladies with something on their head. It was just a silly video, and we sat and watched it for a little bit. And after watching that for a short period of time, well, we went up to bed. Nothing happened. The next day, in the afternoon, you're right. That is me in those photographs. That's me, and yes, we are engaged in intimacies. We're having sex. The other thing that's also true is that, well, those photographs, 20 that I talked to you about, I was the one that was the photographer. I was the one that was taking those photographs. I was the one that talked him into standing and posing for me. He really didn't want to pose for me. He thought it was just not his cup of tea, but, he sort of did it for me. And so I began to take the photographs of him. As I'm taking these photographs of him, I hear this loud noise. And something hits me. And I really can't, I don't know if I think I went unconscious. I'm not sure I went unconscious, but I think I did. And then I realized that Travis is hurt.
Oh, dear.
I don't know how it happened, but I realized that Travis is hurt. And he's on all fours. And he's saying, help me, or words to that effect. He can't get up. And I'm trying to help him. I'm trying to do the best I can to get him out of there, to get him up so we can leave. That's what I'm doing. I'm trying to do the best that I can. But he can't seem to get up because there's a problem with his legs. He says he can't move. Well, while I'm trying to do this, I realized that, and again, I didn't tell you yesterday because I was afraid. But what is going on is that there's these two individuals. First, he really doesn't know what their sexes are, but comes around and says it's a man and it's a woman. Not only is it a man and a woman, but all I can see are their eyes. I can tell you, I guess, she said that they're Caucasian. Maybe she can tell you that. But other than that, I don't have any way of identifying who these attackers are. And according to them, it appears that I surprised them, that I shouldn't have been there. Because
man and a woman.
The effect that, that's that girl from California. I wasn't supposed to be there. That these people were designed to take care of Travis for whatever reason they had. And I don't know what that reason is. They were there to do him harm. Well, what kind of weapons did they have? Well, she said, I think they had 1 or 2 guns. I'm really not sure. All I know is that I was focused on Travis. I had been hit myself. I didn't know what to do. And so what happened then? Well, Travis kept saying to go to the neighbors for help, but I didn't want to leave him there. And at one point, what I did was that I was able to, and it depends on what point the story is picked up, but I pushed the girl who was there, and I was able to get the better of her, and I was about to run out, get out and go get some help, except that I was then confronted by the guy. And the girl kept saying, well, just do her. The guy didn't want to do it. But I had the gun straight at my face. And this gun that was pointed at my face, well, he pulled the trigger. And for whatever reason, providence perhaps, gun didn't go off. But I was very worried still about Travis, and I needed to get him out of there. When the gun didn't go off, well, this guy started looking through my purse. And lo and behold, in my purse, believe it or not, I happen to have my car registration that shows my address, because that's what I carry around. So they knew.
Oh,
they,
wow.
This guy knew exactly where I live.
Wild.
And he said to me, well, if you tell what happened here, the same thing's going to happen to your family. So she then told the detective, how could you expect me to say anything? At some point, she also indicates that she is fighting with the woman. She claims that she's barefoot and that the woman may have hit her feet, but she was able to hit the woman also. The detective asked, well, what about a knife? Did a knife ever come up? She said, I think the woman was the one that had the knife. And when you were going through all these things, and she said everything happened in the bathroom, when you were going through all these things, what was Travis doing? What was going on with Travis? Well, he was alive. It looks like he was really in a lot of pain, but there wasn't anything I could do because he couldn't get up. I tried. I did the best that I could. I fought with the girl. I had the gun pointed at me. I mean, they already knew where I lived. Just by looking at it, they knew my address, and I guess I committed to memory. So I was worried about my family. So there was nothing I could do. So what happened next?
What a predicament.
Well, I was able to pick up my purse, and the police did not find any articles of clothing there from her. I was able, she said, to pick up my purse, run out of the house, run downstairs, and nobody chased me. And then I was able to get in the car, and I was able to drive away and make my getaway. Why didn't you call the police? She was asked.
Where was her car
Well, don't
registration?
you know? My phone wasn't charged up. That's why I couldn't dial. That's what the problem was. Never called the police from there all the way to Utah. There never was a call. The only call came from Murray Hall on June 9th. Well, that's the her version. And after that version, the defendant seemed to want an audience. And she began to go on national television to talk about it. And basically, that was her story, that there had been 2 other individuals that had done it. And in fact, she went on a show called Inside Edition, which will be exhibit number 247, and she talked to them about this.
No, I've never even shot at him.
You did not stab him 27 times
That's heinous.
or
I've never.
slit his throat from ear to ear.
I can't imagine slitting anyone's throat.
It's secretly good idea.
I understand that everything,
Okay.
all of the evidence against me right now is very compelling.
What really happened in there?
In a nutshell, 2 people took Travis's life, 2 monsters.
You did not shoot Travis.
No, I've never even shot a real gun.
You did not stab him 27 times
That's heinous.
or
I've never.
slit his throat from ear to ear.
I can't imagine slitting anyone's throat.
That was her story, in part, that's a summary of the story that she told the detective. Well, there's a different story now. Now, it's not that she wasn't there. Now, it's not that it's 2 people with whatever variation she may have provided to these national shows. Now, she admits it. It was her. She's the person who
All right. Big W for Josh. Thank you so much for getting that to me, because I was having like almost panic attacks earlier today trying to find it, but I couldn't procrastinate the stream any longer. And what's up, maybe with the 5 gift memberships. Hey, she's always coming in hot. Thank you guys both so much. You are doing the Lord's work. Preach, preach, preach. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If you haven't done so already, we're almost done with this, so I figured I'd jump in here anyways and be rude. Please make sure to like the stream. If you are not subscribed, why? It's free. And I do trials in real time, and just like we're doing now, I do trials that have already happened that I think are interesting, and maybe for a certain reason that nobody can really point their fingers to, have come up in dialogues lately because people are acting crazy. I don't know. Maybe that's the reason. So thank you, maybe. And thank you, Josh, for getting me that information. And yeah, guys, if you want to chit chat in the chat, I highly encourage it. And I appreciate the likes, the support, and all the things. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's keep going.
actually did this. And she's the person that actually did it, even though she says otherwise. She's the one that did the stabbing. She's the one that slit his throat. And she's the one that shot him. She's the one that now is admitting that after telling all these things. And even though she says that, she still has a view as to the evidence. And this is exhibit number 248.
No jury is going to convict me
Why not?
because I'm innocent. And you can mark my words on that one. No jury will convict me.
I also ask that you mark her words that no jury will convict her, even though she has admitted that she's the person that did this after giving many or different stories of what happened. And as you mark her words, I ask you, while you're doing that in your final deliberations, that you remember that while you're marking the guilty verdict for her premeditated killing of Travis Alexander. Thank you.
Jodi Arias killed Travis Alexander.
Excuse
There
me.
is no question.
Okay, I thought I was gonna at least get like a break. Thank you, Joshua. That I keep saying Joshua. Thank you, Josh, for the additional 5 gifted memberships. Wow, if you have been gifted a membership today, please make sure to say thank you to the person that gifted them to you, because they are just an outrageously awesome person. And yeah, welcome to the members membership aisle, which we're here, we're doing things. Let's go. All right, let's keep going with the defense.
About it. The $1 million question is what would have forced her to do it. And throughout this trial, you will hear that Jodi was indeed forced. In just under 2 minutes, we go from the last picture taken of Travis in the shower, in just under 2 minutes, to the picture of Travis's body. You can see the foot in the front with his head and his shoulders, and blood clearly on his shoulders. In just those 2 minutes, Jodi had to make a choice. She would either live or she would die. Jodi did not always tell the truth about what happened that night. She was scared. Scared about what had happened and scared about what she had done. She had absolutely no experience with police interrogation before. And so when they talked to her, she wasn't always truthful.
I didn't know that.
Her fear and her panic about what had happened led her to tell different stories. But you will learn that what she said, those stories, were not the truth. Throughout this trial, you will learn more about Jodi Arias, much more about Jodi. You will find that she is an articulate, bright young woman who is a very talented artist and photographer. But most of all, what you'll learn is that Jodi loved Travis. And so what would have forced her to have to take Travis's life on that awful day? In order to answer that question, we have to go back to the beginning, back to just before she and Travis first met.
Okay. Thing I forgot to mention. Sorry, guys. If you could please vote in the poll, that just helps give me an idea of where everyone's head is at in terms of whether we should do the whole thing. This is crazy. It started on January 2nd, and the verdict was reached the day after my birthday, May 8th, 2013. That's wild. So if we cover this, we're going to be doing like 2-a-days. So I just want to prepare y'all and set the stage a little bit. Otherwise, we would just do the highlights. So let me know. Thanks. Sorry.
Travis and Jodi met in September of 2006. At that time, Jodi was in a relationship, a long-term relationship with Daryl Brewer. Jodi and Daryl had been together for 4 years at that point. Now, Jodi and Daryl first met when Jodi was working at the Ventana Inn and Spa. And Daryl was actually her boss, but she was quickly promoted to event planner. And when she was promoted, he was no longer her boss. And so the two began to date. And at the time, Daryl had just gotten through a very difficult divorce, and he really had no intentions of getting married again. But despite that, they still embarked on a relationship to see where it was going to lead them. What was serious enough that in June of 2005, they both put money down on a house and bought a house together in Palm Desert, California. Now, Prepaid Legal has 2 big conventions a year, and they had just had their convention in March, which Jodi missed because she was just signing up. And so the next convention was in September. And the person who signed her up really talked to her about how important it is to go to these conventions so you can learn more about how to get people to buy insurance and so forth. And so in September of 2006, it was with the hope of gaining more financial stability that Jodi, Michelle, and another girlfriend hopped in the car and drove up to Vegas. That's where the convention was being held. And it was actually being held at the MGM Grand. Now, the idea of this convention is that it is a long weekend full of meetings. Meetings about how great Prepaid Legal is. And as long as you can sell what they're trying to sell and you can get people to buy, you can stand to make a lot of money. And so lots of the parts of these meetings are people giving speeches about how to do it and why to do it and how much money you can make. After one of these meetings one day, Jodi was having lunch with some of her friends that she had just met and some of the friends that she came with. They were at the Rainforest Cafe in the MGM Grand. And she was standing just outside the Rainforest Cafe. there was a group of
I
people.
love that place.
And she sees one man across the way. That man walks right up to her, makes a beeline, and says, "Hi, my name's Travis Alexander." That is how Jodi and Travis first met. They spent, over the rest of the weekend, Travis spent a lot of time with Jodi, wowing her about how important he was, because he was actually an executive director in prepaid legal, which means he was at a higher level in the company. He had a lot of people signing up underneath him, which pushes him up to a higher level. She learned that because he was an executive director, that he would get to go to the executive director banquets. And after meeting Jodi, he invited Jodi to go. And so although it's a place that she normally wouldn't get to go because she had just signed up, she got to go to this executive banquet. He also invited her to sit in the front seats. So at these meetings, usually the front seats, the front rows, are reserved for people who are considered important in prepaid legal. It wouldn't have been Jodi at that time. But because of Travis and his invitation, she got to sit up front. He took her through a tour of the casino. They talked and talked and talked. And in fact, at one point, they sat on a bench in the casino to the wee hours of the morning, where at some point, Travis actually tried to kiss Jodi. But Jodi had to stop him and remind him that she had a boyfriend, Daryl.
How scandalous.
During the time that they spent together, Jodi learned a lot about Travis. Not only was he an executive director at Prepaid Legal, but he, being an executive director, he made many speeches at these conventions to try and get people to sign up at Prepaid Legal. Not only that, he was a Mormon, which is a religion that really emphasizes and values marriage and children. And they spoke a lot about that weekend. Jodi was captivated. After the convention, Travis kept in touch with Jodi. They talked on the phone for hours. They continued talking and texting after the convention. And in fact, it was just 4 days after the convention when Jodi had to sit down and talk with Daryl. They talked about the relationship, how it wasn't really progressing, and they eventually broke up. Daryl moved into a different bedroom within their own house. It was only the following weekend after the convention, about a week and a half after the convention ended, that Travis convinced Jodi to come and meet him at his friend's house in Marietta, California. And that was Chris and Sky Hughes. And Jodi agreed. So she drove up to meet Travis with his friends at their house and spent the weekend with him. It was that weekend, a week and a half after first meeting Travis, that they introduced her to the Mormon church, and they took her to church. It was a few days after that, the following Wednesday, that Travis, on his way home from California, back to Mesa, Arizona, stopped in Palm Desert, California, to see Jodi once more. And when he stopped, he met Jodi at a Starbucks. It was at that Starbucks that they had some more discussions, and that was when Travis gave Jodi the Book of Mormon. Shortly after that visit at Starbucks, Travis sent missionaries, Mormon missionaries, to Jodi's house in Palm Desert. And those missionaries came to visit her once a week, from the end of September all the way through October. The missionaries would have sit-down talks with Jodi, discuss the LDS Church, discuss the Book of Mormon, and all the good reasons why it was to join and convert. And so, in November of 2006, just 2 months after meeting Travis, Travis convinced Jodi to convert to Mormonism. Now, not only was Travis portrayed as an important member of prepaid legal, but he was a very important member of the Mormon Church as well. He was a temple member. And a temple member is not just a member of the church. A temple member is special. It's special because in order to become a temple member, one has to actually live what they consider a worthy life. And a worthy life is someone who has no alcohol, no tobacco, no tea, no coffee, and above all, that person has no sex without marriage.
Go back.
It was a prestigious honor to be a member of a temple member, and Travis was. He was someone to be admired to Jodi. Person has no sex without marriage.
I want to see that.
A worthy life is someone.
I didn't think they were allowed to take those photos. I'm being entirely genuine and honest. Like, I'm not trying to be an asshole. I didn't think those sort of photos were allowed to be taken. So, okay.
Member of a temple member, and Travis was. He was someone to be admired to Jodi. He was a good Mormon man that she had met. And in November, Travis baptized Jodi into the Mormon Church. Now, Travis and Jodi took many trips together during the time that they knew each other. Jodi's a wonderful photographer, and so much of their trips are actually documented in photographs. And so they took a lot of trips together for church trips, in other words, going to visit different Mormon churches, special places for the Mormon Church, and then just trips together.
I hate hot air balloons.
Certainly, on the outside, looking in, it really appeared like they were involved in a very loving and healthy relationship. But nothing could be further from the truth. In fact, behind the smiles in these photographs, there was a whole nother reality for Jodi, a reality that Travis created. Because in reality, Jodi was Travis's dirty little secret. From the moment, despite projecting himself as a good and virginal Mormon man, someone who was a temple member, from the moment he met Jodi, he was pushing and pushing her to have a sexual relationship with him. And it took just about a week, because the weekend that they met at Chris and Sky Hughes' house, he got what he wanted. As Travis would explain to Jodi, oral sex really isn't as much of a sin for him as vaginal sex. And so he was able to convince her to give him oral sex. And later in their relationship, Travis would tell her that anal sex really isn't much of a sin compared to vaginal sex. And so he was able to persuade her to allow him to have anal sex with her. Being a temple member and an executive director of Prepaid Legal, outward appearances would be very important to Travis. And so while he continued this facade of being a good and virginal Mormon man, he was inwardly dealing with his own sexual issues. And in Jodi, he found somebody who was easily manipulated and controlled. Someone who would provide him with that secretive sexual relationship that he needed. While on the outside, he can still pursue the appropriate Mormon woman. Jodi wanted nothing but to please Travis. And in doing that, at some points during their relationship, he would tell her, you know, maybe you ought to see somebody else, date somebody else. But the moment that Jodi would ever even text another man or talk to another man, Travis would instantly degrade her, yell at her, embarrass her, and humiliate her. And so Jodi learned very quickly how to deal with Travis's temper. She learned how to deal with his temper by being humble, compliant, and agreeable. And that was one good way to help avoid his temper. Jodi officially broke up with Travis in June of 2007. And this June of 2007 was, she broke up with him because she found out that despite having sex with Jodi and saying things like he loved her, he was pursuing other women. And so because of that, Jodi broke up with him. But Travis didn't want to break up. Travis begged her for forgiveness. And even though they were considered officially broken up, they never stopped seeing each other. They never stopped talking with each other or emailing or texting. Now, at the time that they broke up, Jodi was living in Big Sur, California, and Travis was living in Mesa, Arizona. In July of 2007, Travis sent Jodi a poem that basically apologized for his behavior and asked her to be with him. Later in July of 2007, Jodi actually flew out to see Travis in Mesa and spent the weekend with him. That weekend sealed the deal because Travis showered her with attention, was nothing but sweet and kind. And so shortly after that, Jodi moved from Big Sur, California.
Okay, there are just way too many sexual innuendos now that are going through my head after the defense just said what they said. Like, I am doing everything in my power right now to maintain composure and not be an 8th grader. I used to teach middle school kids. It was a brief moment, but I am having like, this is difficult for me, you guys.
California to Mesa, Arizona. She moved in with a girlfriend of hers she knew from the Mormon church. Now, despite the attention that Travis paid to Jodi in private, he treated her far differently in the public eye. You'll hear how Travis degraded Jodi to his friends. You'll hear that he often referred to her as a stalker or claimed that she was crazy. And if she did anything, like speak with another man or text another man, he would further degrade her by calling her names like slut and whore. He would text her these things and email her these things. The more that Travis distanced himself from Jodi to his friends, the easier it was for him to keep control of her and to keep for his own sexual needs. Now, one of the witnesses that you'll hear from is named Alice LaViolette. Miss LaViolette is an expert in dealing with domestic violence. She has decades of experience with domestic violence counseling. And in fact, she started, I think, in 1978, counseling battered women in shelters. But today, her specialty is treating people for domestic violence. She treats the victims of domestic violence, but she also treats the abusers in domestic violence. Miss LaViolette will explain to you how domestic violence relationships are created. She will explain to you that they are not created overnight. And she'll also talk to you about how in domestic violence, when we refer to domestic violence, we're not always talking about physical violence. In fact, a lot of times domestic violence comes from control through verbal abuse. She'll talk to you about the difficulty with domestic violence and how a lot of times domestic violence goes unreported and unprosecuted. She'll talk to you about the reasons for that, because a lot of domestic violence victims are ashamed of what happens to them. Domestic violence victims sometimes fear that their abuser is going to get even more violent if they actually report it. And sometimes domestic violence victims believe and hope that the abuser will change, like he promises he's going to. Most importantly, Ms. LaViolette will talk to you about why domestic violence victims don't have the same ability that everybody else does to make that decision to leave. Because if somebody is abusing you, get up and leave. Ms. LaViolette will explain to you that it is not an easy decision to make for somebody who has been abused, because there's a lot of psychological components that go into that decision. Now, the best evidence of Travis's manipulation of Jodi is his insistence to others that Jodi stopped him. His insistence to others that Jodi wouldn't leave him alone. But yet it was always at his demand and his beckoning that Jodi spent time with him. In fact, at one point during their relationship, Travis even had a t-shirt made proclaiming his ownership of Jodi. Now, I know that in some circles and certainly in some relationships, maybe that would be considered cute or funny. But if you understand the inner workings of the relationship between Travis and Jodi, that t-shirt is a perfect example of how Travis treated Jodi. Oftentimes, in April of 2008, Jodi had enough, because Jodi found out that once again, Travis was pursuing other women. Even though he was having her in his bed, Travis was still pursuing other women, and in April 2008, Jodi had enough. She moved from Mesa, Arizona, back to California, to Wairika, which is where her grandparents live. Even though she moved, Travis didn't let her go. He continued emailing, texting, and calling. He guilted her about leaving him. And the thing is, with the type of relationship that they were in, the minute that Travis was nice to Jodi and caring to Jodi, she fell right back into that relationship with him. And so even though she left and moved states, they still continued to talk and email and text.
That was good.
In fact,
Thank you so much, purple Jesus man.
even though they didn't see each other from April of 2008 until June of 2008, Travis was still able to use Jodi for his own sexual desires through the phone and phone sex. You'll actually hear a recorded phone call between Travis and Jodi that's very explicit. And this phone call is made just a couple of weeks before Travis dies. It's clear in this phone call that the both of them are talking about how they're going to find somebody and marry someone else. Jodi very clearly knows that Travis is not going to marry her, and she's not going to marry Travis. And they discuss it. Travis talks about how he's going to Cancun with somebody else. Jodi knew that, and she expresses absolutely no dismay about it whatsoever. And this is just weeks before he dies. Most importantly, when you hear this call, it's crucial to understand the difference between the type of person that Travis portrayed himself to be versus the things that he said on this recorded call. Because while he was supposed to be this virginal Mormon man who didn't want to have any type of relationship with Jodi and she just wouldn't leave him alone, in this phone call, he talks about his fantasies with Jodi of tying her to a tree and putting it, forgive me, in her ass all the way. That's Travis. And then when Jodi pretends to climax during this phone call, Travis tells her that she sounds like a 12-year-old girl who is having an orgasm for the first time. And then he tells her, it's so hot. These comments are not comments of a man who is being relentlessly stalked and who does not want to have any.
Oh, this is gonna be a long one, huh? Gonna be a long one. All right, let's keep going.
Contact with Jodi. These are comments of a man who has a real problem with the comparison to the person he portrays himself to be and who he's supposed to be versus
by the way.
the person, his own private reality, and the person who he really was. So, what would have forced Jodi? It was Travis's continual abuse. And on June 4th of 2008, it had reached a point of no return. And sadly, Travis left Jodi no other option but to defend herself. On that horrible day, Jodi believed that Travis was going to kill her. He threatened to kill her, and given her experience with him, she had no reason to not believe him. Travis knew that Jodi was planning a trip to Utah because they had talked about it. He knew that she was going to stop along the way and see different friends of hers. He kept asking her to come and see him. And at the last minute, Jodi decided that she would veer off and take a short trip to Mesa to come and see Travis at his beckoning. And so she gets to Mesa early in the morning, around 4 or so in the morning. Travis is in his den, which is downstairs. He's on the computer when she gets there. And we know this because there's a forensic examination done of his computer. So we know he was on the computer at 4 in the morning. Travis wanted to have sex, but Jodi said she was too tired. And so the two went upstairs and they went to sleep. They slept until about 1 in the afternoon. And when they got up at 1 in the afternoon, they began to engage in sexual activity. Travis always had wanted to tie Jodi up. And he had done it before. He had tied her up with rope before, but the rope he had used really hurt her. And so this time he was prepared. He had rope that was soft, the kind of rope that people use for decorating, like to hold curtains back. So it's like a softer rope. He had that kind of rope. And he was ready. And so Travis tied Jodi up, tied her to the bed with this rope. He used a knife to cut the rope when it was at the appropriate length. They engaged in sexual activity. And then part of what they were doing that afternoon too was that he wanted to take pictures of Jodi. He had gotten a new camera just a month or so before, and he wanted to use it to take pictures of Jodi. Now, the kind of pictures that Travis wants to take of Jodi are the kind that would make most people cringe with embarrassment. And we show you these photos not for any type of shock value, but you're going to see them in trial. Because these are the photos that Travis took of Jodi, very up close. Travis also liked to see Jodi in pigtails. And so she put her hair in pigtails for him.
Yeah.
These photos were taken in the afternoon.
That's cringe. That's the cringy part of this.
Later that afternoon, Travis and Jodi were downstairs and they were back in his den. They were pouring through pictures of all of their trips together, all the different pictures that they had. And there was a problem because Travis couldn't pull up pictures on his computer. And he was having a problem getting to see these pictures. Well, we know that there was a virus on Travis's computer. And we know that because of the forensic examination that was done. And so when he tried to pull up these pictures, it wasn't working right. Well, Travis's temper flared and he took the CD and he threw it up against the wall in the den. Jodi went immediately into protective mode. Protective mode means that she's trying to calm him down, trying to do something to avoid his temper, telling him that it's okay, I'll fix it, don't worry about it. And as she was telling him, she knew that the one thing that calms his temper the quickest is sex. So as she's telling him, it's okay, I'll fix it, don't worry, Travis grabbed her and spun her around, afraid that he was going to hurt her. Jodi was actually relieved, when all he did was bend her over the desk, pull her arm up behind her back, pull her pants down, and have quick and rough vaginal sex with her, ejaculating all over her back. When Travis was finished, Jodi was allowed to get up and go to the restroom across the hallway from the den. She washed herself off. And then the two went upstairs to the bedroom, back up to get her stuff. But Travis, his temper had now subsided. And he was now back into the sweet-talking mode. And he was sweet-talking her to stay for a little bit longer. Because he had, in preparation for his Cancun trip that he was going to be leaving on shortly, he had been working out and he had been dieting. And so he really wanted to have pictures taken of him, tasteful pictures, to show his progress on what he's done with his dieting and working out. And he wanted Jodi, the photographer, to take those pictures of him.
Oh my
and so
God,
she did.
Man.
They went upstairs and he went into the shower. And Jodi began snapping pictures of him. Tasteful pictures, waist-up pictures for Travis. She was snapping picture after picture after picture. And you can see that this one was taken these pictures are ultimately found and time-stamped. So you'll see that this picture was taken at 5:29 in the afternoon and 20 seconds. The next picture is the last picture of Travis taken in the shower. And you can see that in this picture, you can't tell so much if he's sitting or standing, but you can see that his shoulders are out. And in the next picture, you can see that his shoulders are out sitting on his knee. There's a difference of a little over a minute between the two pictures. This was the last picture of Travis taken in the shower during their photo session. Because the next picture is taken when Jodi accidentally drops Travis's camera. You can see that it's not an intentional picture because one, it's blurry, but two, it's of the ceiling, facing up.
Oh.
Jodi accidentally drops Travis's camera. And as that camera was falling, that was enough for Travis. Because he lunged at Jodi in anger, knocking her to the ground in the bathroom where there was a struggle. Jodi's life was in danger. In just a minute from this picture, we go to the next picture, where it's Travis's body. He's clearly injured already in a minute. Now that very brief moment of time, a minute, is not the result of premeditation. It is not the result of a planned out attack.
Objection, argument.
The evidence will show that it is not the result.
Objection, argument.
Councilor Branch.
It is just 1 minute of time between the camera falling until you see the picture of Travis with blood. 1 minute. In that 1 minute, had Jodi not been forced to defend herself, none of us would be here. In that 1 minute, had Jodi not chosen to defend herself, she would not be here.
Okay. Haven't heard back from Josh yet, but we are going to go ahead and believe that this is in chronological order according to Court TV. So, as long as this looks right to you guys, let me know. And I know Lefty watched this and is familiar with it. So, I am going to start this. Also, do you guys, I know I'm getting ahead of myself a little bit. If, how do I put this? When I go here, it has these red dots like it's going to be a break. Is there like a membership that you guys are familiar with that I can like pay for so that we don't have to watch commercials? Because if that is something that is available to me, then we should like crowd raise for it. And just so you guys know, I have not gotten my information from what's it called, AdSense or PaySense, the people that pay through YouTube, which is why A of all, I have not switched these babies out. And that's why I still have my other information scrolling on the screen. So if we get any, we'll have to ask if that's like a subscription thing, but it might be worth it. Yeah, I have the paid the premium YouTube. This is just available from what I can see on Court TV. It's not on YouTube. Are you kidding me, Lefty? You guys can ask, I know we're getting a little sidetracked, but you guys can ask expert. We had an hour-long phone call yesterday and I was crying. I had like a panic attack. Why is this not working? I got so upset. Okay, I'm gonna let this roll.
About the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Please walk right around here and have a seat.
I'm gonna grab a drink. I'll be right back.
You may proceed.
May I have your name, please?
Marie Hall.
And drawing your attention back to June of 2008, did you happen to know an individual by the name of Travis Alexander?
Yes, I did.
And how did you meet him?
I met him through church,
What church was that?
the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. It was at a singles ward.
Are they also known as Mormons?
Yes,
And how long have you been practicing Mormon?
my whole life.
And how was it that you met him? You said you met him through church, but explain to me how it was that you met him.
I gave a talk in the church service on a Sunday, and he came up to me afterward and commented on how well I did.
When was that approximately?
Approximately January or February of 2008.
And after he had that conversation with you, did you continue to see him?
Yes,
How often would you see him?
he asked me out a couple of times. I think we went on 3 dates. And
I know that, but I mean, did he ask you out immediately, or did he, that first time that he met you then, or how did that progress?
I would see him every Sunday at church, and then we had weekly activities. And so he probably asked me out a couple of weeks after he commented on my talk.
These activities that you're talking about with the church, what were they?
They were church single adult activities. So we would either, there was a family home evening. So every Monday we would meet for a spiritual thought and just a socializing time. And then we would have service activities or just fun activities.
Let me ask you about the singles activities. You said that were those on any given date, or was that any time, or how did those work?
The activities were usually weekly. The most consistent ones that we would have would be Monday night for a family home evening, we called it.
That's also known as FHE, correct?
Yes.
And the family home evening, what time does that start?
7:30,
And what time does it normally end?
about 8:30.
About what time?
8:30.
And during this time of family home evening, it implies that, by the word family, that your whole family is there. I thought that you told me or said something about singles ward or something. Are they the same thing, or is it something different, or what's going on?
So, growing up in a family, the church set aside a time for families to meet, to have a little gathering at home where they share a spiritual thought. But in the singles ward, they just have, there's obviously no families in the singles ward. It's just single adults from the age of 18 to 31. They will meet every Monday as if they were a big family. And
as I understand it, what you're saying, though, even though you're calling it a family home evening, what you're telling me is if you're in the singles ward, it's just a bunch of singles.
yeah, it's a meet and greet type of thing.
And what was the ages involved here?
18 to 31.
And what happens to a single who hasn't married after the age of 31?
They go to a family ward. Typically, they go to a family ward. So, like me, I'm 33. I'm in a family ward now.
What does that mean?
Well, people who are married, people who are single, just everyone goes to the same ward. If you're a single adult over 31, you would go to a family ward now, unless you have an older single ward in your area where you live.
What do the activities that are in the single wards, do they differ from the family ward post 31?
Yes.
How so?
Well, you're not going out, the family ward doesn't meet together every Monday night for family home evening. That's just
Okay, guys, update. I just checked literally right now. It's like these people have been listening to me. My identity verification was completed. So now I await the PIN. So yeah, it's definitely not going to be until January that I get paid, but I'm thankful nevertheless. This is like the longest process ever. I guess expert also experienced this. So thanks guys. I really appreciate you guys watching. If you could please hit the like button and subscribe because it's free, and why not? We're at the very beginning of this trial.
done individually on a family by family basis. Sometimes you'll have big activities with the ward where you might go to a lake and have a barbecue, but usually that's done with single adults. And then both a single adult ward and a family ward will do service projects.
Well, let me ask you about the single ward activity. In describing it, it just seems to me that that's more of a social kind of approach to things with religion mixed in. Would that be fair or not?
Yeah, that's right.
And what kind of social activities does those in the single ward, what do they engage in?
We would go to, maybe we would go ice skating all together, or we would go to a lake or have a barbecue, or we would go to someone's house. And typically there's a spiritual thought, maybe a scripture read, and someone's personal experience with that. And that's usually like 10 minutes, and then we just have fun. And for a singles ward, it's an area for people to meet each other, get to know each other, possibly make a connection where they start dating and eventually get married.
These singles wards that we're talking about, is there one singles ward for all of Mesa, a singles ward for Tempe, or what are the geographical lines, if you will, for a singles ward?
Yeah, so they're broken up geographically, usually for convenience sake, so that you have one close in your neighborhood that you can go to. I don't know like how they determine the boundaries as far as what the distance is, but they're usually pretty small. And at least in Mesa, Gilbert area, there are several single adults. They have even single adult stakes. So
let me ask you about the singles ward that you were in back in 2008. Did that have like a name or a geographical name?
Yeah.
What was it called? Hold on, I have to ask a question. You can't take over this.
Relax, ma'am.
What was that?
The name of our ward was Desert Ridge Ward at the time, and then it was changed to Indigo Bay.
But it was Desert Ridge.
It's like Ruby Ridge. If you know, you know. Sounds ominous.
Yes.
Correct?
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
And with regard to that ward that you were in, how many singles would you say was in there?
Several hundred.
How many?
Several hundred.
And would they all meet at the same time on Mondays for the family home evenings, or is it something that?
Yeah, sometimes we would meet in smaller groups, but for the most part, we would all meet together. Not everyone would show up every Monday, so you're looking at a group of maybe 50 to 100 people showing up every Monday.
And would there be a situation where people from your singles ward, the Desert Ridge, would they, for example, associate with members from another singles ward?
Yeah, you could do that.
Were you familiar with the university singles ward or not?
Yes.
And how far away, geographically speaking, was the one of the university from yours?
You mean mile-wise or like just time?
Yeah, sure.
It would probably 10 miles, 5 to 10 miles away.
5, 10 miles away?
Yeah.
And as to which ward you belong, is that determined by a place of residence, or is that a choice that is made by the person who's going to be in the singles ward?
It's set up to be by a place of residence. So if you live, Travis and I lived in the same neighborhood, and so we went to the same singles ward.
You mentioned that he complimented some sort of presentation that you made. Was that presentation made as part of the singles ward family home evening, or was that made as part of your presentation of something else?
That was, he commented on a talk that I gave during our sacrament meeting, which is on Sunday.
So that's not the same as the singles ward meeting and all that stuff, right? That's church, right?
Right, that's church.
And that was on a Sunday.
That was on a Sunday, yes.
And he came up to you after one of those talks, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And after that is when he asked you sometime after that, right?
Yeah.
And was it at this singles meetings that he asked you, or how did that come about? If you remember.
I don't remember if he called me or if he asked me at one of the meetings. I don't remember.
And did you agree to go out with him?
Yes.
And describe for me the date. Did he come to your house? Did he take you somewhere? Why don't you just tell me a little bit about the day?
Here.
I believe we went to dinner and we went to Barnes & Noble, a bookstore, and had some hot chocolate.
And about what time did the date start?
Probably about 7:30.
And about what time did it end?
About 10:30.
So it's a total of 3 hours, right?
Yeah.
And during that time, did you develop any feelings for him? Were there any sparks there? Tell me about how you felt during this day.
I thought he was a really nice guy, but I didn't have any sparks.
And did you let him know about that?
I just by the first date, no.
Yes, the first date, that's what we're talking about.
I just kind of, just by the way you act with someone when you're not quite as interested in them. So.
And during that date, did Mr. Alexander say anything sexually inappropriate to you at all?
No.
And any time during that date, did he kiss you?
No.
Did he try to kiss you when he dropped you off?
No.
And at any time, did he reach out to hold your hand or do anything like that?
No, at the most he gave me a hug goodnight, like an awkward hug.
How did you leave the day? Did you guys agree that you were going to go out again, or what happened?
Just typical where, I had a great time. Thank you very much. We should go out sometime. Okay, sure. That kind of thing. But shortly after I started.
But you didn't really want to go out with him, right?
No.
Okay. After that, did you start seeing somebody else?
Yes.
And about when was that you started to see this other individual?
Within a matter of like a week or two, I had gone out with probably the other individual once before, and so we started going out more often.
Okay. And was this person also on the singles board or not?
He wasn't a singles ward, but not in our singles ward. I met him through another friend.
But he was also Mormon. Correct?
Yes, that's correct.
How long did you continue to see this other individual?
Just a couple of weeks.
So after a couple of weeks, you and this other individual broke up again, I guess, or stopped seeing each other, right?
That's correct.
And after that, as it applies to Mr. Alexander, did you approach him or did he approach you?
He approached me.
And any idea of the date, more or less, what it was?
I would say it was in mid-February, March, maybe.
And during that time that he approached you, whether it's mid-February or mid-March, what happened? Did he ask you out or what happened? Tell me what happened.
Yes, he asked me out and we went on another date. We went and...
Do you know whether or not he knew about this other individual that you got out with?
I had told him, because he had asked me out before, I told him that I had started dating someone else.
Okay.
And so, he backed off. And then when I broke up, he found out, I'm assuming, and started, trying to ask me out again.
So when you told him that you were seeing this other individual, was he upset? Did he start raising his voice and curse or anything like that?
No.
What was his reaction when you said, I'm seeing somebody else?
He was very sweet and respectful and totally understood.
Did you and him ever text each other?
Yes.
How about emails? Did you exchange those?
Yes.
After you told him that you were going to see this other individual, did he send you text messages calling you, I don't know, disparaging names, bad names?
No.
But did he continue to text with you?
Yes.
How about emails? Did you and he continue to correspond through email?
Yes.
And did he ever send you any emails calling you names or accusing you of things?
Not at all. No.
So he reapproaches you again after you're done with this relationship, and you say that could be February or March of 2008.
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
And where do you go on this date?
We went to a place where you paint pottery, and I made a bowl.
All right. And what town was this in?
Mesa.
What time did he pick you up?
7:30, typical time probably.
And how long were you out with him?
Just a couple of hours, probably 3 hours.
And what happened after the two of you were done painting this pottery?
He took me home.
And during the time that you were with him that day, did he ever curse at all?
No.
During that time, did he make any sexual advances, whether they were wanted or unwanted?
No, I felt very safe with Travis. He was, very respectful. There was never anything like that.
At any time, did he curse at you, or you see that show any temper during that time?
No.
And at the end of the day, did you and he, again, engage in what may be customary, I don't know, touching, kissing, that sort of thing?
No, and again, it would just be an awkward hug goodnight. That's the extent of anything.
And during that time, did you ever indicate to him that maybe the sparks weren't there for you?
Not on the date, no.
No. And at any time after that, did you tell him that, or did you continue going out?
We went out one other time,
All
and
right.
then at that point, I was trying. He was a really fun guy. I was trying to get to know him, and I didn't want to write him off too soon. So, but after the third date, I let him know that I just wanted to be friends.
Third date, what was that you went on the third date?
It would have been in March, and we went rock climbing.
And where was this place that you went rock climbing?
The Phoenix Rock Gym in Tempe.
And was this also starting at 7:30, or did this start at a different time?
I don't recall exactly, but I assume it would have been early evening, 7.
And know about how much time you spent with him?
Again, just a couple of hours,
And again, anytime during this date, did he make any sexual advances towards you?
No.
Did he attempt to kiss you as the date was done?
No.
Did he attempt to kiss you when he first saw you?
No.
Did he attempt to kiss you not on the lips, but like the forehead or something?
No.
During this date, is that when you, after this date or during this date, that when you let him know that perhaps he's for you?
After the date, yes, I let
How did you do that?
I don't remember if it was through a phone or in person, but I let him know that, I just wanted to be friends.
But it was,
Verbally.
and is that what you said? I just want to be friends, or did you say anything else?
I don't remember exactly what I said.
What was his reaction to you telling him?
He understood, and he actually thanked me for telling him. Thanked me for telling him directly, so that he knew where he stood, and he was respectful about things. So.
Did he tell you why he thought you would make a good match or anything like that, or no?
No.
So, after that, did you continue to stay in contact with him or not?
Yes, we continued on being friends. And
how did that manifest itself? How did you keep in touch with him?
We would continue to see each other at church. I started a book and film club.
A what?
A book and film club.
Okay.
So our first meeting we had at his house. He had a movie projector, and it was, a fun friendship and
Friendship?
And at any time during this friendship, as it went along, did he ever, berate you in any way?
No, I'm not sure what berate means.
Okay. Did he at any time scream at you, that sort of thing?
No.
Where do you work at now?
I work for JP Morgan Chase.
And have you attended college?
Yes.
Where did you graduate from?
Brigham Young University.
Where?
Brigham Young, BYU.
No, you know.
All right. And with regard to the Mormon faith, what is their belief with regard to sexual contact before marriage?
It's a very serious sin, and one that you could lose your good standing in church for. You could even become excommunicated for it.
What does excommunicated mean?
In the church, a member in good standing holds callings where they, do service for other ward members, other people. They attend the temple.
Okay.
Being excommunicated means that you lose your privileges to be able to do those, and you lose your member records. You're no longer a member of the church. To become a member again, you would have to repent, go through a process, be rebaptized.
These rules that you've been describing to me, do they apply differently? Or they apply differently to somebody who has joined the church later in life as opposed to somebody like you who has always been in the church?
Objection, foundation, this is expert testimony.
I think that's a good question to ask.
Overruled, you may answer if you know.
Yeah.
Okay. So if I understand you, do they apply differently depending on how long you've been in the church?
Right, whether or not you converted later on in life.
No, they apply the same to every person.
So in this issue of excommunication, what is that? What is that?
Excommunication?
Yeah.
It's where you lose your, basically your names are taken off the records of the church. You're no longer a member of the church. So you can still come to church, but in order to become a member again, you have to go through a repentance process, stop doing what you're doing, repent between you and the Lord. And there's different steps that you have to go through that. And then in order to come back to the church, you need to be rebaptized to the church.
This repentance process, and again, in your knowledge, does it mean that, for example, you can engage in sexual intercourse today, go repent tomorrow, engage in sexual intercourse tomorrow, repent tomorrow, and keep doing that? Is that what this is what we're talking about? Or is it something different?
No, you would have to give up that sin completely. It's something you would have to change in yourself. You can't, no, you would not be able to do that.
So, for example, if the defendant were engaged in sexual intercourse and it was outside of marriage, would she potentially face this excommunication if she were to go to church?
Objection and calls for speculation in this expert testimony.
Sustained as phrased.
Ma'am, you're familiar with the process, aren't you?
Yes,
Does it apply to everybody?
it does.
And how long have you been schooled in the practices as to what leads to excommunication?
ever since, we're taught as children the things right and wrong, the commandments of God, we're taught to obey, and we know, and I was born in the church, so since I was a child, I've been taught these things.
So if an individual, for example, is a female and engages in sexual intercourse, are they subject to the same sanctions, i.e. excommunication?
Yes,
So gender has nothing to do with whether or not there's going to be a punishment for this, right?
that's correct.
So it isn't, so if two people engage in this act of sexual intercourse, they're in there independently, right?
Right.
The issue of repenting, how do they repent? How does somebody repent in the Mormon church? You may have mentioned something about a bishop. Explain to me what we're talking about there.
Okay. To repent of a sin, you need to take certain steps. Confession. You need to stop doing it. You need to usually sacrifice or give something up. So every Sunday, if you're in good standing, you can partake of the sacrament. And so you yourself wouldn't want to decide, like an individual can't decide exactly what steps they have to go through. It's they have to go to a bishop, which is the church, the leader of the congregation
really
of each ward. It's a congregation. They have to go to the bishop, confess their sin. The bishop is, a volunteer, someone who's called, we believe he's called of God and has inspiration from God to help them work through their repentance process. So if they have an addiction or, they need help and they need to seek professional counseling or something, they will help them get into that.
Okay.
But it's a very,
Done messaging.
what's the word? It's very private that, the bishop does not talk about what they've done with anyone else. It's very, yeah. So that's who the bishop is.
All right. Now, so you then had this third date with Mr. Alexander. After that, you indicated that you continued to communicate with him, right?
Yeah.
And what was the methods that you guys communicated?
What was the method?
Yeah, just like friends, like through phone, text. I would hear from him almost every day through a phone call, a text, or see him, or an email. He was very interested in becoming good friends, and so he was working on that, and I had a good time with him, and I was having fun, so, it wasn't anything.
Did there come a time that he asked you to go somewhere?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And where is it that he asked you to go?
He asked me to go to Cancun with him. He won a trip.
All right, when you say you won a trip, who did he win the trip with?
Through his work.
You know who he worked for?
I don't. Mm-mm.
So he wins this trip and he asks you to go with him. When did he ask you to go with him?
You didn't try to find out where he worked?
In May. Sometime in May.
2008?
Yes, of 2008.
Wow.
But you've told me now, or before, that you really didn't like it.
This trial, 2008, 2009, 10, 11, 12, 13, 6 years, which, man, I'm about to learn a whole lot.
Weren't any sparks there. Did you agree to go with him?
Yes.
Immediately when he asked you or not?
Well, when he first asked me, I told him I wanted to think about it. I was concerned just because I knew he did like me a little bit more than I liked him. I was just friends. But also, he let me know that we would be staying with the family, an LDS family, and
If you are a female, sorry guys, this is going to sound really awful. I know how it comes off saying this, but whatever. Always go for the guy that likes you a little bit more than you like him. Always. It just makes sense.
would be sharing a room with one of their daughters, a little girl. And it was at a place where I had been to several times before. So I felt comfortable. I knew Travis and I knew myself. I knew nothing, would happen. Plus he told me that it was free. Everything was free. So after I thought about it for a while, I agreed to go because it sounded like a lot of fun.
So how much time elapsed between the time that he asked you and the time that you said, yeah, I'll go with you?
Probably just a couple of days.
And generally, do you have any idea when that would have been? I know you said May, but can you refine it a little bit more or not?
Beginning of May, I don't know exactly what day.
And did you then continue having more or less contact with him, or just continue having contact as before, where he would either call you or you'd see him?
Yeah, I mean, we would see each other at church. We went on a church camp out for the singles ward. We went on a camp out.
Where did you go for this camp out?
It was up near Payson.
And did Travis go?
Yeah,
And do you know if he went with anybody or just a bunch of singles?
just a bunch of singles.
Was
We
that
drove
in
up
May?
in separate cars. Yeah.
And I've got to ask, I guess, about the sleeping arrangements. Did everybody sleep in the?
Girls and guys were separated. Yeah, so girls had cabins. Guys slept outside, either in tents or there was a platform where they could.
And during that time, how long were you in Mr. Alexander's presence? In other words, that he was around you?
During the camp out?
Yeah, how long was the camp out, I guess?
That was just like a night and a day. So like a Friday night, and we hung out Saturday, drove home Saturday.
Right.
And was there ever any indication that Mr. Alexander was involved with any of the women there, chasing them around or anything like that?
No.
There ever any indication that he was
What?
saying anything inappropriate to any women there?
No.
So
All I was going to say is that, and then a bunch of things just started opening on my computer. Kind of what Maybe just said. I don't think this attorney understands how much time they spend at church. I went to high school with a bunch of Mormon kids. And before school, they had Bible study. After school, they got together and did more Bible study. And then they go to college and do all this stuff together. And then they go on their trip, their mission trip together. So like there is no time, the way that it is supposed to be structured, there is not supposed to be time for them to be tempted to mess up or stray from the beliefs instilled within them. And I've worked for a direct sales company for almost 8 years now. So I work with almost all Mormons, and like they're just on Sundays, they're totally unreachable, at least the ones that I work with. I know there can be varying degrees of religion and taking their religion as seriously. That sounds judgy and bad. I don't mean for it to. But yeah, this is an intense religion that they're a part of. So interesting.
the time for the trip approaches, correct?
Yes.
And did you continue to have contact with him?
Yes. Up until about a week before we found him, I spoke to him.
And do you have an idea about the date that you actually, about the last time that you talked to him?
It would have been, so we found him on June 9th, the evening of June 9th, and I remember seeing him the Monday before that, which would have been the 2nd.
Okay,
June 2nd.
so a week before you saw him, and after that, did he continue to email you or not, or did he just go silent?
He just went silent.
So the trip is approaching and you're not hearing from him. Do you do something on July 9th?
June 9th.
I'm sorry, June 9th, correct.
Yeah, so I went to our family home evening group. It was normal.
Is this the singles group again?
Yes,
Okay, and about what time did that start?
7:30,
And how long did it last?
about till 8:30.
And then what did you do?
Hi, Lefty.
A friend of mine had just had surgery, so I went to visit with her. In the meantime, I had tried calling and texting him because I didn't see him at church on Sunday. We were supposed to go on this trip the next day, and I hadn't heard from him, so I texted him.
That's us.
He didn't respond, and then he wasn't at the family home evening group. So I started to become worried, and decided after I visited my friend that I would go to his house.
Okay, and did you go to his house?
Yes, on the way to his house, I started getting really worried because I called and it went straight to voicemail. I called and had my mom on the other line just because I was scared that something might be happening to him because I knew that he had a stalker.
So, at least you had heard he had a stalker, correct?
Yes,
or no?
yes.
And so you were afraid when you went over there, and that's why you had your mom on the line.
Yeah, I had suspicions that something
Right.
was going on.
So you had suspicions. So what happened, about what time did you get over there?
This would probably be right around 9:30.
All right, and explain to me what happens when you get there.
I pulled up and there was a car in the driveway. I didn't know whose car it was. There was a light on upstairs. And I went to the door and knocked on it. Nobody answered. The dog jumped up on the door and looked.
Do you know the dog's name?
Napoleon.
And what's the color of the dog?
The color?
Yeah.
White and black.
What kind of dog?
Is it a bigger or smaller dog?
It's just a tiny little dog.
All right. And so
Maybe
this
it
dog
seemed
is
like
there.
a
Explain to
dog.
me what the dog's doing when you're knocking on the door.
He looked really upset and he was jumping at the door and barking.
And how long were you there trying to get into the house?
Just, a couple of minutes. I banged on the door, rang the doorbell over and over again. Nobody answered. So my mom and my sister were on the other line with me, and my sister suggested I call somebody that Travis knew to see if they had seen him around.
And who's this person that was suggested to you?
She just suggested I call a friend. So I called Michelle Lowry, a friend of Travis's and a mutual friend of ours.
All right, so you called
Any
Michelle,
relation?
and you and she agree on how to proceed. What did you?
Yeah, so she decided to call Travis's her best friend, which was her ex-boyfriend. And I ran home because I lived really close by to see if he had emailed me or Facebook messaged me.
And had he?
No, he had not.
What did you do?
I tried to send him a message. I later found out that it went to the wrong Travis, but I tried to send him a message on that.
And so you went home and did that, and then what happened?
Okay, and so then at that point, Michelle and I went and met at his house again. Michelle brought her boyfriend, and she was on the other line with Travis's best friend. And so her boyfriend went and knocked on the door again, rang the doorbell. I mean, he was pounding on the door.
And when this was going on, what was the dog doing?
Barking at the door.
All right. And how long did this go on, this pounding, this banging?
A minute or two.
Were you able to see from the outside whether or not any lights were on inside?
It was the same as when I had drove up the first time. So there was a light on upstairs. That same car was in the driveway.
All right. Then what happened?
So his friend, Travis's friend on the phone, suggested that we go in through the garage and look for him in the house. And he had the garage code. So
the person on the phone that who was talking to him?
Michelle was talking to him.
That Michelle was talking to had the garage access code.
Yes.
And that was given to Michelle.
Yes.
So what happens then?
We opened the garage and his car and bike were there.
What kind of car?
A Prius.
Oh,
Then what happened?
thanks for letting me know.
I'm sorry.
Why do you drive a Prius though? That's water, right? Because they're not allowed to have coffee and caffeine.
So we went into the house
Okay.
through the garage door.
And what is the first room that you came to?
The laundry room. There was a washer and dryer right to our right.
Did any of you look at those at the?
And just noticed that it was a washer and dryer.
That means you're walking in straight, so to speak, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
And then where did you go, left or right?
Left.
What happened then?
His office was, so after we turned left, his office was on the right-hand side and the door was shut. And the friend on the other line suggested that we open the door. So we opened the door slowly. The light was out, but his laptop was on his desk. It was open, but like in a sleep mode. The little light on it was flashing.
Okay. What happened then?
There was a bathroom on the left side, and I looked inside the bathroom and checked inside the shower to make sure no one was hiding in the shower.
And did you find anything?
No.
Where did you guys go after that?
We went straight, which led us into a family area. There's a family room area, a kitchen, and there was a vacuum cleaner right in the middle of the floor.
Did you see whether or not it was plugged in, or it was just in the middle of the floor?
It was just in the middle of the floor.
What happened then? Well, at this point, is the dog with you guys now, or?
The dog came up to us and
Speaking of dog, hi Riley.
and run back and forth.
Best friend.
When we first walked in, it smelled really bad, and so I assumed that the dog had an accident or something. So he was, the dog was with us.
Okay, then what happened?
Then we went up the stairs. So we, peeked our head into the other room, it was all pretty open, and no one was in the front room. So we went up the stairs, and his bedroom is
As you're going upstairs, did you notice whether or not there was any odor?
it just was throughout the whole house. I noticed it when we first walked into the house. That's when I noticed it, and then it was always there. So.
Okay, and then walking up the stairs, what happens?
So we walked up the stairs, and the way that the house is set, at the very top of the stairs to the left was his bedroom door, and it's a double door type of thing, but it was shut.
Ma'am, why do you know this?
We tried to go in there, but it was locked.
Did you guys knock at that door too?
Yeah, we knocked on the door.
How did you know that was his room?
From the book and film club that we had, the movie theater is just right there. So his bedroom's there, movie theater's there, and he had, when we were all there, he had shown us his room.
All right, then, so now you're at this door, it's locked, what do you guys do?
The boyfriend of my friend Michelle was there, and he heard music, and we went over to the door. Well, he went over to the door where there was music coming out. It was a different bedroom in the house, and he knocked on the door, and a roommate came out.
And what happened then?
We told him that we couldn't find Travis. We were worried. He found a key to his bedroom, and he and the boyfriend went into the bedroom.
Whoa.
About what time was this now?
Wait. He had a roommate living with him who just didn't notice that he had been MIA, or that a crazy chick came and unalived him? Am I understanding this correctly? No roommate at the time. What does that mean? What does that mean? Okay. All right. I'll just wait.
Probably around 10.
Right. Did you go into that bedroom when they went in or not?
No, Michelle and I stayed outside of the bedroom. At first they walked in and they were looking, so they were right in front of us and they were looking kind of this way. And so at first I was following their gaze through the crack of the door because I could see the room through the crack of the door. And then as soon as they said that they saw blood, that there's blood everywhere, I stopped looking. And then they went further into the room.
And did they eventually come out, or was it a short stint inside, or was it long? Were they in there a long time?
It didn't seem very long. They went in, and then the roommate ran out and said, he's dead. He's dead. And so immediately I called the police and ran downstairs and out the front door so that I could get the address of the house.
All right. After this, was there some sort of service for Mr. Alexander here in the Mesa area?
Yeah, just a few days later, there was a memorial service for
Do you
him.
remember what day of the week it was?
I don't remember exactly. It would have been a Thursday, I would assume, because this was a Monday night. So
Right.
Wednesday, Thursday.
When I asked about memorial service, was the body there or not? At the memorial service?
No,
No, it was just a memorial service then?
yeah.
And where was this service held?
This was at the church building where we went to church every Sunday. In Mesa, it's off Guadalupe and the 202 area.
And while you were there, well, when did it start? What time?
I don't remember exactly. In the evening, 7 o'clock.
And were there a lot of people there? Just give a yes or no.
Yes, there were a lot of people.
And of all the people that were there, was there somebody by the name of Jodi Arias?
Yes,
And is the person that you knew as Jodi Arias, is she in court today?
yes.
Tell me where she is seated and what she is wearing.
She's seated over there at the end of the table, and I can't see her clearly, but she's wearing black and she has dark hair.
Is she at the extreme end?
Yes,
Your Honor, may the record reflect the identification of the defendant?
Yes.
So
That's what I
you
thought.
see the defendant there, and do you go up to her or does she go up to you?
she came up to me and introduced herself to me.
What did she say?
She said, "Are you Mimi Hall?" I go by Mimi.
All right.
And I said yes. And she introduced herself as Jodi Arias.
And did she say anything else?
I asked her how she was doing, and she said she
All
was
good.
upset. And so that was about it, though.
Did at any time she say, I'm the person who killed him or anything like that?
No.
Did she ever tell you why she was there?
No.
I don't have anything else, thank you.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I want to begin, if I heard correctly, when you were talking to counsel for the state, you advised him you were 33 years old, right?
Yes.
Okay. And if I also heard you correctly, you said you were, I believe the phrase you used was born into the church.
That's correct.
Okay. And that's the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you went to Brigham Young University,
Yes.
and that is a institution
For Mormons.
supported by that church. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. What I wanted to do to begin with is just talk to you a little bit about, the state asked you a little bit about the structure of the church, the repentance process, everything of that nature. I kind of want to talk a little bit about that first of all, okay?
Okay.
Okay. You mentioned to us that there were various wards that the church is broken down to. Is that correct?
Various wards, is that what?
Wards, yes, I'm sorry.
Yes.
The
that's
mic
correct.
is low
Yeah.
and I'm tall, so if you have trouble hearing me, please let me know.
Okay, yes, that's correct.
Enunciate.
And you said that those are geographical boundaries that determine a particular ward, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe what you also told us was that you weren't aware of how those boundaries were drawn.
Not exactly. I just know that it's for convenience sake, they try to get, the boundaries done so that you can get to a ward that's close by to you.
Okay. And do you know if any ward boundaries overlap at all? Do you have any knowledge of that?
Sometimes, yeah, I've heard of that.
Okay.
Huh.
And does each ward contain one church, or do sometimes wards contain more than one church?
Do you mean like a building, a ward building?
Yeah, a church of services where,
Yeah. So we have church buildings, and usually you will have up to 3, maybe 5 wards will meet there every Sunday.
and I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
So yes, in each church building, several wards will meet there every Sunday. So they're divided into 3-hour service blocks.
Okay,
And so, some ward will start at 8 o'clock and go to 11. Another ward will come in from 11:30 to, and so on, so
Okay.
throughout the day.
I see.
My goodness.
And when you talk about your wards, where you talked about single and family ward, and I believe you told us the year where you cross over to that is 31 years old from you moved to a single to a family?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. And so the wards aren't necessarily tied to a particular church, they're just tied to that particular area. Is that correct?
The single, I guess I don't understand your question.
Okay, and maybe I didn't phrase it very well.
Yeah, I'm confused too. I was like just typing that in here.
The wards aren't tied to maybe one particular church within that ward. It could be, it's a bigger area, I guess is my point.
The ward building, yeah, so is, you'll have different, so the ward building isn't tied to one single ward boundary.
Okay.
So you'll have different wards within a geographical area. And so you'll have maybe, I don't know, you'll have several wards within what we call a stake. And so that's how the church is kind of set up. So you have an individual ward, but throughout the entire church, you have stakes, and then you have regions, and then you have, different countries. And
I need
so
like a flow chart.
Did you say, just so I want to make, did you say stakes or states?
Stakes.
Okay.
Like S-T-A-K.
And that is, a stake in your church is more than one ward?
Right.
It's a group, collection of wards?
Right.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. When you started talking with Mr. Martinez about, he asked you about the repentance process and excommunication. Do you recall that discussion?
Yes.
Okay. Let me ask you that. Let me begin by asking you this, because we've talked a little bit about wards. Is there one particular person that's in charge of a ward, or is there several?
So you have
I'm looking this up.
a bishop who's basically in charge of the spiritual, temporal well-being of a ward, of a congregation.
Okay.
And then, like I said earlier, you have several wards within a stake. Then you have a stake president who's kind of over all of the wards, who, make sure that the bishops are able to meet the needs of the individual ward members. And there are other callings within the church. So you have a Relief Society, which is an organization for sisters in the wards.
Okay.
You guys can still hear it, right? Here, I'm worried you guys can't hear it. Okay.
Sanctionable or a sin or whatever words you want to put on it.
Mm-hmm.
And forgive me if I'm using
Okay. So just let the record show that a LDS ward is a local congregation of Mormons organized by geographic boundaries. It functions like a parish with its own leaders, including a bishop who presides over the ward. So like a school with a principal. A ward provides a community for members to worship together and support each other through various programs and classes for all ages. Okay. In stakes are several wards that are organized into, it says several wards are organized into larger regional groups called a stake. So like you could have a ward in downtown Columbus, whereas the stake would be Central Ohio, if I'm understanding this correctly. If we have any Mormons out there who want to correct me on this, please feel free. I felt like I just needed to share that because I certainly was confused. So hopefully that helps.
the wrong word. The punishment would be decided upon by that bishop. Is that correct?
Yes.
Be patriotic.
Yeah. It depends on, the sin, what exactly happened. Sometimes they go to so like the bishop will determine if they need to meet with a disciplinary council, which might be held of like it might be the bishop and his counselors, or it might be even the stake president, their counselors, things like that. But yes, the individual and the bishop meet together and decide, they kind of work together through the repentance process. He's someone who's very loving and open and helpful and, there to help out, so.
Okay. So you say loving and helpful, it's not, in your mind anyway, an act of condemnation that the bishop would put upon a person who said that they sin? No, the judging, they kind of act as far as like what needs to be done. They help determine, what the repentance process steps would be. But ultimately the judging is between, God and the individual and their own repentance, and where their heart is and what they do. I don't know, the exact intricate details of it. I haven't had to go into that. And I haven't really talked to anybody who has gone through that.
Wow, pretty two-shoes, huh?
So
about that.
Oh, okay. If I understand you correctly, then the way you phrased it, that ultimately in your church, God would be the ultimate judge of the sin, but the bishop would detail out a repentance process.
Like a pastor.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Now, and you may have already alluded to, you kind of mentioned you didn't know the intricate details of this, but if someone in the church had sinned and another member knew about it, would they be obligated to tell the bishop? How would that work?
If it were something that were, putting someone in danger, if like let's say it was abuse or something, I would feel like that person would be obligated to tell somebody what was happening. But it's up to the individual to go in and talk to the bishop. If it's blatant and open, usually the bishop will probably call them in and ask to talk to them. But yeah, it's between the individual, and it's up to them, when they feel like they need to repent, to go and make an appointment with their bishop.
Okay. So if someone is sinning and nobody else knows about it, the bishop wouldn't necessarily have a mechanism to find out unless that person the person who was committing the sin chose to go address it with their bishop. Is that what you're telling me?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Oh, probably not. It would be the obligation really, because there's no mechanism in place. For example, you said, well, if somebody's safety was in jeopardy, you might feel compelled to talk to your bishop, right?
Yeah, or an authority figure. Yeah, like a police officer or something.
But I guess what I'm saying, it sounds to me like in your church, if somebody was sinning, it would be incumbent upon them they would be expected perhaps to go talk to the bishop. They're the ones that are supposed to deal with that, not anyone else.
That's what true repentance is if someone feels bad about what they're doing and they want to stop, they will make that call. They'll, get on their knees, repent, go and talk to the bishop, and go start the repentance process. Okay. They can't just say, "Oh, I'm sorry.
So like
I won't do this again." If it's a serious sin, they can't just say, "Okay, I'm never going to do this again. I'm fine." And then tomorrow do it again. That's not truly repenting, if that makes sense. Repenting is changing your ways.
Okay. So. Let me ask you, because you just mentioned the seriousness of a sin. Mm-hmm. How serious within the scope of your church or the dictates of your church is the sin of premarital sex?
It's very serious. Like I said before, you can be excommunicated for it. So you have.
Let me ask you this way: Is there a list? Is there a hierarchy, or is it just very serious?
Okay, well, there's the scriptures that that teach us that the most the most severe sin would be to deny the Holy Ghost and to commit murder.
Okay.
Next in line would be fornication, adultery, sexual immorality.
Okay.
And that's
So
very
it's
serious. So
number 2 or 3 on the list. Number
Yes.
3 on the list.
Yeah,
You told us,
so-
right? Okay, that makes sense. So it's really high up there. It's a big
Yes.
deal.
Mhm.
Okay. And like you said, that could lead to excommunication if someone found out.
Yes.
Correct?
Mhm.
Okay. Let me kind of step back a bit, and I want to ask you about a few phrases or things prominent in your church. Could you describe for us what the term temple worthy means?
someone who holds a temple recommend, so that means they've gone to their bishop and gone through an interview, and also to the stake president and had an interview with them. And there's a series of questions, which questions are just to find out if they're obeying the commandments of God. So, and are active members in the church. So they show up to church on Sunday, they partake of the sacrament, they are repenting when they, make mistakes. They are serving in their calling. So it's just to see their level basically of commitment to the Lord in their church service and worship.
Okay. To your knowledge, was Travis Alexander temple worthy for your church?
I didn't know whether
Okay.
or not he was.
Okay. Let me ask you about the term priesthood holder. What does that mean in your church?
So the priesthood holder is basically, so at the age of 12, a young boy receives the priesthood. So, and there's different levels of priesthood power and keys, but it's essentially somebody that holds the power to give blessings. It's power ordained to them through God.
Okay.
And so in order to have that, you have to make sure you are maintaining a worthy, clean, pure lifestyle. And
Uh-oh. That frees up for everyone? I'm not hearing anything. Yeah, it's unresponsive. Well, crap. I hope it takes us back to the spot. Hold on with me, please. All right, fingers crossed. Exit page. Reload. No! All right. Okay. Come on, Quincy, work with me. No. Okay. Okay. 55 minutes. Oh, I wasn't sharing my screen.
Again, the sin of premarital sex, they would lose their temple worthy status and their status as a priesthood holder. Is that right?
There we go.
right,
Okay.
typically, yeah.
Okay. I want to talk to you now a little bit about Mr. Alexander himself and your relationship. with him, okay?
Okay.
In a moment, Judge.
Yay.
And if I may approach.
May-
Ms. Hall, I'm going to hand you for the record a copy of Exhibit 254, just for the record. And Ms. Hall, as I hand you that, do you recall some time ago, and I certainly couldn't recall the exact date, that you and I sat down and had a conversation about your relationship with Mr. Alexander?
I don't remember the exact date, but yes, you and Mr. Martinez were there.
Okay. I just wanted to just talk to you about some of those things, and if you have trouble kind of remembering some of the things you said, I've put that exhibit there just so you could refresh your recollection if need be, okay?
Okay, do we, so this is a transcript of the
Yes, ma'am.
recording that you
Yes, ma'am.
made?
Yes, it is. Okay. One of the things you told us that day was that you said you knew Travis for about a year at the time before his death. Is that about right?
I knew who he was when
Okay.
I moved into the ward in about July or August, I would think. And so the first Sunday I went there, he gave a talk in church.
Okay.
So I knew who he was, but we didn't officially meet until later.
Okay. And do you remember how old you were when you moved into the ward?
That would have been almost 5 years, 5.5 years ago, I guess.
Okay.
So 27, 28.
Okay. All right. And one of the things I believe you told us then, and what you told Mr. Martinez this afternoon, was that, and ma'am, I'll just ask you questions. If you need to refer back, go ahead and let me know, okay? That you two, you and Mr. Alexander began dating in February 2008, correct?
That would,
And that was an approximate time.
Yeah.
I'm not holding you to a specific
I
date.
think she
Okay.
left that about the
And
worst.
those dates in February 2008, those were the dates that you described to Mr. Martinez a few moments ago. Is that right?
yeah, they were
Okay.
an approximation.
What's that?
Yes, they were an approximation.
Okay. All right. And it sounded to me, and it got a little confusing, and I understand time frames aren't going to be exact this many years ago, but it sounded to me like after those dates, you began dating someone else, correct?
Yeah, so it would have been after the first date, from what I remember.
Okay.
I then began dating someone else. And so, again, the exact time, I don't remember other than, guesstimating.
Okay, right, and that's fair. So we're talking February, March-ish of 2008 when this was occurring.
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay. And if I understood you correctly, after that first date with Mr. Alexander, you didn't have any romantic interest, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And after this period of time, you went on this date, you then began dating another individual for a few weeks, I think. Is that correct?
Mhm.
Okay. And Mr. Alexander had asked you out in a period of time when you were dating this other individual. Is that accurate?
I believe I remember that he tried asking me out and I let him know that I was dating someone else.
Okay. When that period
know.
of dating ended
Thank you.
with this other individual, not with Travis, but this other individual, it sounds to me like you went on other dates with Travis. Is that correct?
Yes, I remember going on 2 more dates with him afterward. So
Okay. And was that the rock climbing wall that you were talking to Mr. Martinez about, or was
Yeah.
that something else? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And when, if you could tell us perhaps in relation, and the last date you went on with Mr. Alexander was to the rock climbing wall, is that right? Is that the last one?
yeah,
Okay.
Oh my God.
I'm not holding you to a specific date here, but do you remember how much time elapsed between that last date and his asking you to go to Cancun?
Not exactly. I don't remember the exact time.
2 weeks, 3
But,
weeks?
I just realized that the reason this is taking so long is because it's not on 1.5, and that led me to realize I can't do 1.5 on this website. Damn, that sucks.
I would think it would have been in March, maybe April, the beginning of April,
Okay.
when we went rock climbing. And then he asked me to go with him in Cancun, I believe sometime in May, the beginning of May.
Okay.
So again, I don't remember the exact day
Okay.
when that happened, but
In between your date at the rock climbing wall and your trip to Cancun, or him asking you to go to Cancun, excuse me, did he ask you out other times?
yeah, I had let him know that we would just be friends, that I wasn't interested in going out with him anymore.
Okay.
So that I just wanted to be friends. So he might have asked me out one other time, and I let him know, that no, I don't really have any interest, I just want to be friends.
Okay. And this was after the rock climbing wall that you kind of gave him the friends talk, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then it was sometime after you told him you just wanted to be friends that he asked you to go to Cancun, right? Okay. And I remember you told Mr. Martinez that you didn't say yes right away. You thought about it for a few days, right?
Yeah, I remember thinking about it and asking my mom, if it was a good idea, and coming to the conclusion that, since he wasn't paying for any of it, that it was a place that I'd been to with my own family and felt very comfortable with this place. I knew how fun it was. And the fact that we were going with a family and we were staying in totally separate rooms, I felt very comfortable going with my friend to Cancun.
Okay. Did you, and I get the sense from the fact that you didn't accept right away that you might have been surprised by his asking you to go to, it's a difference to go to a rock climbing wall in town to go to Cancun, right? Was that a bit of a surprise to you?
Well, at that point, we were, closer friends at that point. So giving him the friend talk, I was always very upfront, direct with Travis. He knew that we were just friends. He's a persistent guy, and I think part of him still hoped maybe that I would end up liking him. So I initially thought that that's why, is he was trying to get me to like him, to go with him to Cancun. But again, I gave him the, we're just friends, just tried to make sure everything was on the same level, like he understood where I was at, and he did, and he was really respectful of that, and still wanted me to go with him to Cancun.
And so and I think you said it, but this is prior to you going to Cancun, you kind of reinitiated your statements or your feelings that you just wanted to be friends. You wanted to clarify with him just to make sure.
Yeah, and even a few weeks before, before we went, again, I told him, Travis, maybe you should take somebody else to Cancun with you. And there wasn't anyone else that he wanted to take. So.
Okay. Wasn't anyone else he wanted to take? I'm just wondering, did the time you were seeing him and going on these dates or anything else, did he tell you he was also dating Jodi Arias?
No, I had no idea.
Okay. Did he tell you that he was having sexual relations with Jodi Arias?
No.
Okay. What he did, it seemingly told you, and I'm not going to ask exactly what he said, but it was during a camping trip, if I recall correctly, that he told you he had a stalker. It was in this camping trip in Prescott. Right?
Yeah. Okay. He didn't say a name at all, but when we were camping, we were having breakfast with a couple of friends around, and he told me that at that point that he had a stalker and that she had actually followed us on a date and that she knew who I was. And I told him that that was really scary and that he should get a restraining order.
And you say that he didn't tell you, he didn't say that this was Jodi, right?
No, he didn't say who it was.
Could I draw your attention, if you'd be so kind, as to look at page 6 of the transcript and just read to yourself for a moment. And just read to yourself, no, quietly, I'm sorry.
Okay, where? On the page?
Page 6, you should begin around line 6 or 7.
This is,
Hey, no, ma'am, I didn't ask a question. If I could approach Your Honor. I want to make sure I have the exact spot.
I just turned the page. Sorry.
I'm looking to see what I want to do in terms of coverage.
Well, let me ask you this. And I kind of interrupted you. You said you gave him the advice that he should seek a restraining order against this stalker, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you expressed to him that you were scared of this stalker, right?
I'm scared of any stalker.
Okay.
It's not something you want to take lightly.
Okay. And to your knowledge, did he ever seek out a restraining order?
Not that I know of, no.
Okay.
He told me not to be afraid.
Okay. And your testimony is he never said to you that Jodi Arias was his stalker. That's your testimony?
That's from what I can remember. I don't remember him ever saying, the time I remember hearing the name Jodi, and it could have been then, but the time I actually recall the name Jodi was the night that we found him at his house.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Hall. Nothing further.
Redirect.
I want to talk to you a little bit more about this stalker issue and what it was that he told you when you were up in what, Prescott? Is that what?
I think it was in Payson.
Payson?
Yeah.
You indicated that part of what he told you was that this stalker was a female, right?
Yes.
And what had this female done that he was warning you about?
She had
Overruled.
She had slashed his tires several times. He had dated someone earlier that year. She had slashed her tires. She had sent threatening emails to both Travis and his girlfriend of the time. She had followed us on the first date that we went on. She sounded dangerous. She had broken into his email accounts, his bank accounts. She would sneak into his house through the doggy door and sleep on his couch at night without him knowing that she was there. So.
And you were dating him what month of what year?
We went out.
Sorry, you went out what month of what year?
Like I said, January or February, that first time. And then later on, March-ish.
So it could have been from January to March of 2008 that these dates took place then?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
In terms of whether or not Mr. Alexander was temple worthy, do you know whether or not he was temple worthy?
I don't know. I knew he was in the past because he talked about going to the temple, but when we were hanging out, I didn't know whether he was or not.
And in terms of whether or not he was a priesthood holder, you assume that he was, but you don't really know, right?
Yeah, actually, I'd like to go back. I think he had told, I remember just now when you asked me that I think he had told me that he wasn't worthy to go to the temple.
Was or was not?
Was not.
A what?
Worthy to go to the temple. But as far as the priesthood holder.
Hold on.
Okay.
The microphones are not so good here.
Okay.
My Lord.
Was he or was he not temple worthy? You're going to tell us about that. And then the priesthood holder. What do you tell us about those?
So, I actually remember him talking about he used to work in the temple. And then I remembered him telling me a story that he was no longer worthy to go through the temple. He didn't tell me why. I didn't ask why. That's private.
He's not temple worthy.
So yeah, so during that time, I don't think he was temple worthy. And then priesthood holder, I assumed that he was at that time, but I don't know.
All right. And you were talking about the gradation, or what is the most serious of all sins, and murder's at the top is one of them, right?
Yeah.
Along with denying the Holy Ghost, right?
Right.
And then underneath that, you listed some others. What were those?
Sexual immorality, so that would be fornication, adultery.
Very much.
Well, just so that we're getting this clear, adultery, what does that refer to?
When a husband and wife, if you have a marriage, you have a husband and wife, and one of them sleeps with or has a sexual relationship with someone outside of their marriage.
All right. How is that different from fornication?
Fornication, as far as I understand, is with a single person. So somebody who's not married and has a sexual relationship with someone else who is not married.
As far
So
as you
it's the
want
same
to
thing, only it's sort of a, if you will, a
One's married. One's
classification.
right.
And in terms of the sinfulness of the person, does it matter that the person who is engaging in fornication is a woman? In other words, is it lesser for a woman to engage in fornication than it is for a guy?
No.
So it's the same sort of sin, right?
Yes.
Sounds good, maybe.
Let me ask you the situation you were asked about, reporting and that sort of thing. What if a person is engaging in fornication? Whether they be, let's just say it's female, and that person does not self-report. Is that in and itself a sin?
Can you say that again? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
How about if a person is having sex with somebody and they're single?
Yes.
That's a yes, correct?
Yes.
And this person continually has sex, but does not self-report, doesn't go to the bishop and say, I'm having sex and I'm not married. Is that also a sin, the failure to report?
It's just not repenting of that sin. You're continuing on with the sin. Yeah. So
In this gradation of sins that we've talked about, the murder and the denial of the Holy Ghost, and then you told us where fornication and adultery came in. How about lying? Is that a sin?
Objection, beyond scope.
overall, it's a sin.
that a sin?
It's a sin to lie.
And that's part of this list that you were talking to the defense attorney about?
Yeah.
In terms of this issue involving whether or not if somebody's being hurt and reporting it, is the only recourse if somebody's being hurt to report it to the bishop, or is there a different recourse? Can a person report it to somebody else? For example, law enforcement.
You can tell anybody you want to what your sin. Yes, but in order to become clean again, you have to tell your bishop. You have to confess the sin.
And this trip to Cancun that you talked to the defense attorney about, you at first told him you didn't want to go, right?
I told him that I wanted to think about it, told him that I would go. Then a couple of weeks beforehand, I told him he should take someone else.
A couple of weeks beforehand, you told him he should take somebody else a couple of weeks before the trip, right?
Correct.
And did he agree to take somebody else?
He did not. There wasn't anyone else he wanted to take.
And these conversations took place at what month and what year?
May 2008.
I don't have anything else, thank you.
Does any member of the jury have a question for this witness? I see no hands. Thank you. You may step down. Counsel, please approach.
Can you spell your first and last name, please?
Yes, Sterling Williams.
Okay, raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give.
Just so you guys know, I am putting in a request to the guy on YouTube to see if he'll let me share his coverage on my channel. It doesn't look like he's updated his channel in 12 years. So I don't know if he's going to respond. So fingers crossed.
Will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Because it would
You
be
may.
nice to do 1.5.
Your name, sir?
Sterling Williams,
And who do you work for?
Mesa Police.
What do you do for them?
I'm a patrol officer,
How long have you been with the city of Mesa Police Department?
approximately 6 years.
And what is it that you do as a patrol officer?
Respond to calls for service as put in by the public, patrol neighborhoods in my assigned area.
Do you ride with one person or do you go by yourself?
It varies. I generally ride by myself though.
Did you have occasion to be on duty back on June 9th of 2008?
Yes, sir.
And did you have occasion to be on duty sometime after 9:30 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
Did you have occasion to respond to an address on Queensboro?
Yes.
What was that address?
11428 East Queensboro Avenue.
And is that in Mesa, Maricopa County, Arizona?
Yes.
And that residence, describe it for me. Is it an apartment? Is it a trailer? Is it a house? What is it?
It's a house, single
And-
occupancy.
What time did you respond there?
I got dispatched at 10:30 p.m. I arrived on scene at 10:36 p.m.
And did you speak to anybody when you got there?
Not initially.
What did you do when you got there?
I arrived shortly after fire personnel. They had already been directed to the upstairs master bedroom, so I proceeded to follow them inside.
And when you followed them inside, are you talking about the bathroom?
Inside of the residence through the front door.
Did you go, where did you go once you were inside?
Once we went inside, we went directly to the stairs, took the stairs up to the top, and there's a set of double doors at the top of the stairs to the left, which was the entrance to the master bedroom suite. And we went in through the open door in there, and fire personnel went in to find the body.
And did you actually see the fire department work on this individual or not?
They didn't work on him, no.
They looked at him and what
They
happened?
visually inspected him and were able to declare him deceased at that point.
What were you able to see?
As far as the body,
Yes, sir.
it appeared to me that he'd been deceased in that position for quite some time.
Anything unusual about the body that called your attention to it?
Other than the neck wound, he had appeared to be dried blood on his neck, appeared to be a neck wound from ear to ear. His face was dark purple, almost black. The rest of his body was a very pale white, and he was kind of crammed in the bottom of a shower stall.
Anything unusual about one of the cuts? Anything that caught your attention?
The cut on the throat was, it had dried blood around the outside edges. It was still moist on the inside. And at the top portion where the wound was up near his ear, the way he was crouched down, it appeared there was gas escaping the body. Every few seconds it would bubble.
And was the bubble red in color?
No, reddish, but not entirely.
I'm going to show you a couple of photographs. Please take a look at exhibits numbers 73, 74, and 75. Please take a look at them, see if you recognize what's there.
Yes,
What are they?
this is the body that I found in the shower.
Is it in these photographs true and accurate depictions of the body as it existed back on June 9th of 2008 when you found the body?
Yes,
I move for the admission of exhibits 73 through 75.
Any objection?
Moment, Your Honor. No objection.
Exhibits 73, 74, and 75 are admitted.
What are we looking at here?
that's the shower stall with the body crammed down on the bottom of it in the master bedroom.
Okay. And exhibit number 74, what are we looking at there?
It's closer up above shot of the body, same body.
And exhibit number 75.
It's a close-up shot of the neck wound that I saw. That was-
You indicated something about gases and items coming out. Does this show that area?
Yes,
Where?
right at the end of the wound near the ear, where you can see the small specks of blood and substance. It was bubbling and splattering as it was bubbling.
Other than that area that we just saw, the neck area, did you see any other areas that had blood on it?
Just his chest. I didn't examine the body very much after that.
Did you have occasion to look elsewhere, or was that the extent of what you looked at?
I did look briefly around the remainder of the bathroom while I was in there, yes.
And what is it that you saw in the bathroom?
I noticed large amounts of blood spatter in the sink and on the countertop. I also noticed there was a linen closet directly across from the walk-in closet. The door was closed and it looked like there was some dried blood possibly under the door.
Yeah, but is this covered by linoleum or is this carpeted?
This was a tile area.
The tile area, so was it the carpet of the closet?
No.
No. How did you actually walk in there? Did you walk in?
As I entered the room, I noticed large amounts of blood on the carpet and the transition between the tile and the carpet from the master bedroom.
So that would be,
There
you
was
took an immediate right.
Yes, there was a hallway leading off to the bathroom where the shower stall was. That was all covered in blood. I noticed large amounts of blood pooling and smears. There was a walk-in closet that paralleled that hallway with doors on both ends. That closet was clean. It was actually immaculately clean. There was
And the
nothing in
carpet
there.
in the closet, was there any blood in that carpet?
No,
And that's the one that's directly next to the shower area then?
yes,
And so did you notice any blood in that closet?
no, I did not.
When you said it was immaculately clean, what do you mean?
Everything was very neatly in order. All the shoes were well placed. Clothes were hung up nicely. It just appeared very clean.
Did you take a look at the bedroom area?
Yes,
And did you see any blood there?
yes, right at the entryway to the hallway leading to the bathroom.
So that's again, sort of that border between the hallway and the carpet.
Yes.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Your Honor, we have no questions for Officer Williams.
Does any member of the jury have a question for this witness? I see no hands. You may step down. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are.
Okay. So that's day one. I want to go sorry. I got to figure out a way to stabilize my camera so that it doesn't shake like incessantly when I'm talking or moving, because I have ADD and move around a lot. I want to get through at least a little bit of day two. And I know we don't have a lot of people on here right now, but if you are here, you are loved and appreciated. Thank you very much. If you are not yet subscribed to my channel, what in the world? It's free. Please do it. Just go on to YouTube and hit subscribe. And if you are already subscribed, if you could hit the like button, that really helps with my algorithm to push this out to other people who may be interested. And I can tell someone did it because my numbers have already gone up. So I very much appreciate you. And always, please feel free to chat in the chat. We love talking to you guys. So let's go ahead and hopefully in the next 24 hours, I will have some word back from the person with the YouTube channel on whether or not I have permission to share their coverage of it, because they have pretty solid coverage. I don't want to risk sharing their stream and getting a copyright strike. So let's go ahead And the purpose for that, I'm sorry, I didn't explain. The purpose for that is so that I can watch it at 1.5 speed, because if you are new here, that is where I live my life. I live my life in the 1.5 speed zone. So I recommend, if you're watching me right now, you should probably watch it at 1.5 speed. Okay, guys, let's do this. I really wasn't to this part yet. My goodness. All right. So this.
Flores,
Who do you work for?
the City of Mesa Police Department.
And what do you do for them?
I'm currently assigned to the homicide unit as a detective.
Drawing your attention back to June of 2008, where were you assigned?
I was assigned in homicide.
And did you have occasion?
Yeah, that's right. Okay.
Did you have occasion when you were assigned to this unit
I'll be right
to
back.
investigate
I need to
the
grab a
killing
drink.
of somebody by the name of Travis Alexander?
Yes, I did.
With regard to that, what were your duties, or what were you assigned to?
I was assigned as the lead case agent for this particular case.
Lead agent, what are you required to do?
Respond to the scene, investigate the actual crime scene, talk to witnesses, and basically try to solve the crime.
When were you first called out to the home?
Was called out on the 9th, just a little after 10 o'clock at night.
And did the investigation begin then, or did it sort of get started the next day?
It got started the next day.
Why is that? Why didn't you do that at night?
Well, at that point, we began talking to some witnesses who were at the scene, but we needed to get a search warrant to get into the house before we began the initial scene investigation.
And that search warrant wasn't available until the next day?
Correct.
And the next day, while you were or that night while you were at the scene, were you notified that somebody wanted to talk to you?
Yes.
And who was the person that wanted to talk to you that night?
That night was Jodi Arias.
And was it a telephone call that she made?
Yes.
Did you take the call that night of June 9th, 2008?
No, I did not.
How about the next day? Did you, when you were out, what happened the next day? Did you go to the scene?
Yes, I was at the scene.
About what time did you get there?
Actually, I was still there from the night before.
And during that day, the 10th now, correct?
Yes.
Did you receive any indication that Jodi Arias wanted to talk to you?
Yes, I received a phone call from a fellow officer stating that a female by the name of Jodi Arias wanted to talk to me.
And did she leave a telephone number?
Yes, she did.
So this is the second attempt that has been made, correct?
Yes.
About what time were you notified of this second attempt by the defendant?
It was in the morning, before 10 o'clock or so.
Did you then return that call?
Yes, I did.
And about what time?
Right around that same time.
And prior to speaking to this individual, well, let's do it this way. Whenever you talk to witnesses, do you always Mirandize them or not?
No.
With regard to this telephone call with her, did you Mirandize her?
No.
Why not?
She wasn't in custody.
So Miranda warnings are only required when somebody's in custody, correct?
Yes.
So this telephone call that you had with her, was it something that you tape recorded or not?
Yes, I did tape record it.
And during this telephone call, was there a discussion about whether or not Travis Alexander had a gun?
Yes.
I'm going to show you exhibit number 273. Did you listen to this before you came to court today?
Yes, I did.
And is this the portion of the recording that you had on June 10th involving whether or not Travis Alexander had a gun?
Yes.
I move for the addition of exhibit number 273.
Any objection?
This one, I heard.
Can I call you again if I need more information or if I have another question? Do you have any questions I can answer for you?
Yeah, do you know when all this happened? I mean, I got a call last night, but is there any word on?
Sometime between Thursday and last night. not sure yet. We haven't been appointed yet.
And you said that maybe multiple people, because he's a big guy. Maybe you can't talk about this, but was there like any kind of weapon used, or was there a gun? Was there?
I can't say what type of weapon was used, but yeah, I'm guessing there was a weapon used by the type of injuries that were left behind. Do you know of him having any weapons at all in the house?
His two fists.
That's it?
Really? No, yeah.
No handguns or rifles or.
No, he wasn't one to keep any of that I found.
Fighting knives or anything like that.
No, he was more into like wrestling and UFC, and he had he said he had just bought a punching bag, and he's like, I love punching the crap out of my punching bag, But
That's a portion of the conversation, correct?
Yes, it is.
Did the conversation also deal with their relationship, their dating life, and that sort of thing?
Yes, it did.
To show you exhibit number 272, this is also another clip. Does that deal with that portion of your conversation with her?
Yes.
And this is the initiating point of the conversation, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Move for the admission of exhibit 272.
Judge, I'm going to continue to do the GRP's excerpts haven't been provided to defense beforehand. The take has, but I don't know what excerpt.
Council approach. Mr. Martinez?
The state has provided the entirety of this tape recording to the defendant and has done it and did so approximately 3 years ago.
All right, exhibit 272 is admitted.
Hours, interview with Jodi Arias. 2008-161-0804.
hello,
Hello, can I speak to Jodi, please?
this is Jodi.
Hey, Jodi, this is Detective Steve Flores with Mesa, Arizona Police Department.
Oh, hey, how are you?
Good. I just got a message from one of my patrol officers that you needed to talk to me about something.
Well, I just wanted to offer any assistance that I might have. I was a really good friend of Travis's, and I just, I know that I don't know a lot of anything, but
What have you heard so far?
I heard that he passed away, and that it was, I don't know. I've heard all kinds of rumors. I heard there was a lot of blood. I heard that his roommate found him, or his friend found him, or people were. I'm sorry. So I'm upset, but I've heard that nobody's been able to get a hold of him for almost a week, and that was about the last time I spoke to him too. Which is actually why I thought my friend said I should call you anyway and let you know the last time I talked to him.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, any help we can get from anybody who had any kind of contact with him, phone contact.
I used to talk to him quite regularly. I used to live there. I live in Northern California now. But after I moved a few months ago, and after I moved, we kept in touch very regularly, and kind of fell back a little bit, and it got down to about a couple times a week, but I hadn't heard from him. I talked to him on Tuesday night. I looked at my phone records on the internet to check, and I definitely talked to him Tuesday night.
Okay. So was that your cell phone, or?
Yeah, that was my cell. It's the only phone I have.
Okay. Is this the number that I called?
Yeah.
Okay. So that was Tuesday night. Do you remember about what time?
I think it was, I want to say like 9:15, but I think it was sometime between 8 and 10. I know it wasn't as late as 10. Probably between 8:30 and 9:30 more so. Yeah, I think.
And what did you guys talk about?
It was brief. I was driving out to Utah, and he was like, "Are you gonna come out and see me?" And I'm like, "No." And he's supposed to make a trip up here at the end of the month, because thing that we are doing, it's called there's a book called 1,000 Places to See Before You Die, and it's been featured on the Travel Channel and all that. And we sort of got into that last year where we were starting to see all these different places on the list, and we thought, 1,000 places is a lot of places, but why not? That would be a fun goal. So we each kind of have that goal, and one of the places is the Oregon Coast Finishing Experience Festival, and so he was going to come up here for that, and we were just going to go see that in Crater Lake and just different landmarks. And
was that trip already scheduled, or just something you guys talked about?
It wasn't officially like dated, but I had been trying to reach in so that I could solidify my own schedule because I was planning on making a trip down there soon. But it was supposed to happen in May, and then it's supposed to happen last week, and that didn't work out. So he was going to leave for Cancun today, and then he said as soon as he gets back from Cancun, he was canceling the trip because he's going to drive up the coast. And when he reaches me, we'll go do some things, and then he'll continue on to Washington and see some friends up there. And then I guess that was supposed to happen before the beginning of July. He was supposed to go to Washington, D.C.
Did he have any issues with anybody here in town? Any enemies, anybody that wanted to do him harm?
Got his tires slashed. It was last year. He said he was worried about that. And I was worried about that. He never locked his doors. And I would tell him, lock your doors. And like, you're not my mom, And he comes from a bad city. He comes from Ruby, California, which is gangs and violence. And I come from a similar type of neighborhood in California. So my parents and I, we've always locked our doors, and that's just my habit. But he doesn't have that habit, and he lives in a great neighborhood, and it's never been an issue. Nothing has ever been stolen. Nothing has ever been. He's never been, broken into. And he had his tires slashed. I don't remember when it was. It was last year, sometime around Christmas, I think. Other than that.
Now, how would you describe your relationship with him?
We dated for like 5 months, and we broke up, and we continued actually to see each other for quite a bit, right up until I moved.
When did you guys break up?
We officially broke up June 29th of last year. But we didn't. Even though we broke up, we were no longer boyfriend and girlfriend. We decided to remain friends, but I kind of feel embarrassed talking about this, but it was more than friends, but it wasn't boyfriend and girlfriend. It was more like kind of buddy. You know what I mean?
Okay. So you guys were not like romantically together at any time, or?
We were intimate, but I wouldn't say romantic as far as the relationship goes. But we were in no way headed toward marriage. Or talking anything about that. We hung probably sometime.
Now you say intimate. Does that include like a sexual relationship with him?
Yeah, it does.
Okay. I know it's kind of embarrassing to talk about stuff
I know,
like that,
and
but you don't know me, so.
Yeah, and if you could just keep it confidential for now, because I know that he's Mormon. He's not seriously looked down upon in our church, and I'm telling you this to help in any way I can.
Okay, I appreciate it. So you actually moved back to California a couple of months ago.
Yeah, I
This
did.
won't give me a headache.
Okay, what date was that? Do you remember?
I don't remember the exact date. I have the dates that are in the U-Haul. It was early April. Early, like before April 10th. So it's after the 1st, but before the 10th. Early April. So I'm guessing 7, 8, 9, I'd have to check the date.
Bye, maybe.
Did you stop by the house when you rented the U-Haul to say goodbye to him?
Oh yeah. In fact, after I was almost moved out completely out of my house for about a week afterward, and I just stayed at his house the whole time. I practically lived there, even when I was there. I spent the night there several times a week while I was
This is
there.
second officer.
I
Sorry,
came over
guys.
and checked on
Second.
his house a lot. He paid me a little bit every month to keep his house nice and clean. Sort of like a housekeeper.
Did you ever happen to meet any of his roommates at that time?
I knew his group really well at the time. Various roommates. Some have moved out. One guy moved to Utah, and one guy moved to Phoenix. Zach is, I don't know if Zach is still there. I think he is.
Yeah, he is.
I knew Zach because I met him. And, we sort of connected because he's a photographer like I am. And, he took the room that Aaron was in previously. So, yeah. Zach
What do you think about Zach? What do you think his relationship is with
I think he's a sexy beast.
He seemed like a nice guy when I first met him. He seemed just like a normal guy. He's a returned missionary and he served. Okay, good. I didn't lose you. He served his mission. I think in Arizona. And he liked it so much that he moved back.
That's
lame. From church, so yeah, him and his girlfriend were there. I think there was some alcohol there at one time, and Travis was suspicious about it, but he said he used it for cooking. That's fine because Mormons don't drink alcohol, but
some
yeah, so they're not supposed to. And Travis, that's another thing when it came to that. We call it the word of wisdom: no alcohol, tobacco, drugs, or coffee or tea. And he was just super, super, super strict on that. Yeah, he wouldn't even take Excedrin for a headache because it had caffeine. Like he's so strict on that. I'm a little less strict on that. I'll pop Excedrin any day, but
there's a lot of Diet Cokes in the fridge.
Yeah, they're not Travis's. I can guarantee that.
Yeah.
He wouldn't even touch Coke.
I wouldn't laugh.
One of his other roommates, I guess.
And that was around April that you last saw him, right?
Early April.
You haven't been back in town since then?
No, I haven't at all.
I thought somebody had mentioned your name, and you had been back in town for like a week or a couple of days.
Oh, I've been thinking about going there. So yeah, I've been definitely planning on heading down there.
But you haven't physically been here since you left?
Since I moved, no, I haven't. I was gonna go this week actually while he was in Cancun and stay at his house.
Why is
But
that?
it's not in the budget. So,
Why?
Was that something that you guys had scheduled, that you were going to come down and stay at his house when he was gone?
Yeah, no, actually, that's what I emailed him about last week because it was kind of last minute. Because I was going to go, I'm looking at a calendar here. I was going to go not this week, but the next. And then he was going to come up here that following week, which was before July. And it also was kind of weird. We're all like travelers. And I figured, it would be a good idea if I would have a place to stay. His house is open all the time to friends. I mean, anybody in his business or anybody that comes to visit, he gives up his bed. He'll sleep on the couch. He lets them have the whole room. So it just didn't seem like, he said the door is always open. So I would have felt totally okay just showing up and staying at his house and eating his frozen dinners, et cetera, et cetera. And he would have been fine with that too. And I just, he said just always give me a heads up. So I asked him, let me know if that's cool. If not, I'll make other arrangements. And I never heard back.
And when was that email sent out?
Just a few days ago. I'm in front of the computer, so I can check right now for you.
Yeah, you can do that.
Yeah. I just log into my account.
What's his email address?
Yeah, to his email.
Yeah, well, what is his email address,
His email is travis.alexander@gmail.com. Let's see. I sent one on June 7th. Haven't heard back from you. He got a little bit upset when I said I wasn't driving out to see him. But he gets upset real easily. I don't know. He likes to hand over me a little bit. We kind of guilt each other sometimes.
So you guys still had a fairly decent relationship as friends?
We did. We had.
People that we talked to said that you guys, that your relationship was kind of rocky and
I'll do that.
got a little crazy at times.
Look,
what happened was when I broke up with Travis around last year because it was all really dumb. It was a bunch of drama. I had the suspicion that he was cheating on me, and so I looked in his phone to find out, and I found all these text messages, and it just all blew up, and it was like we realized we couldn't trust each other. So I mean, we broke up at that point, but we were still attracted to each other, and we still loved each other. So it wasn't the best thing, but we still hung out all the time together. And it didn't really help either of us to move on because I haven't really dated anyone since. And he told me that he hadn't dated anyone since, but then he told me that he has. So it's all been kind of weird because we kept our dating lives sort of from each other, like a don't ask, don't tell policy, sort of. And
Don't ask, don't tell with Jodi.
I think it worked out. It was more convenient for us. I figured, you know, if he didn't have a girlfriend, then I'm okay coming over. And as long as he didn't think that I was with anybody, then he was fine too. So just the less we knew about each other's dating lives or romantic lives, the better that we were, the better off we were. So it was sent June 7th. Yeah, the one I sent about letting him know that I cannot.
And what town are you in again?
I'm sorry?
What town are you in again?
I'm in Yreka, California. Yreka.
Yreka?
That's
Uh-huh.
Oh, where is that at?
It is 15 minutes from Oregon, and it's on Interstate 5.
Okay. All right. So it's right Oregon border.
Yeah. That's Finland.
Not close to the coast.
No, unfortunately.
I had some other questions. I'm trying to remember what they were. I mean, you kind of lived in the house for a while. You knew the surroundings of the house, the kind of furniture he had, the bedding and stuff. Can you describe his bedroom bedding and stuff for me? It's kind of an unusual question, but.
No, that's fine. I spent a lot of time in there. It's got like, I don't know if it's like Egyptian cotton or whatever, but it's a really nice brown linen, and it's soft. It's not like flannel, but it's soft. And he always brags to everyone about his IntelliGel bed, like it's really comfy. So he's got a great mattress, and it's like, apparently it's like this $5,000 mattress that he picked up for really, really cheap because it was a showroom thing or it was a return, or somehow he got a really sweet deal on it. So it's a king size. I don't know if it's California or what, but it's a king size bed. It's kind of like I think it's like a sleigh bed. It's dark wood.
Okay. But the bedding is mainly like a brown linen, really nice cotton linen.
Yeah, he has, it's maybe different patterns on the sheets versus the comforter, but the sheets are brown and the comforter is brown and the pillowcases are brown.
What? So the color of the comforter is brown as well? Does it have any type of pattern?
Why ask these questions?
Or like tassels or edging?
I think it has stripes. I think it has like, and they're not like colored stripes, they're just like stripes in the brown pattern itself.
Oh, like, you know, it's dark brown, but it's got a little bit darker brown, like threading.
Yeah, you can see that there's a pattern there. And the sheet may be more of like a checkered thing, I think, if I remember correctly. And it's his cover too, his bedspread is like, it's a down comforter that's white, and then it's got like I don't know what he used to call it, it has a special name. But
it's like a duvet cover?
Yes, it's a duvet.
What does the duvet look like?
It comes like it's got buttons on the end, and it covers the whole thing. You slide the actual comforter inside the duvet, which is what you pull off to wash, or or you can, that kind of thing. So, and we've, like many times, it's so hard to get in there with one person. So we kind of just grab the corners and we pull it in together on one side, and then you just sort of fluff it out and then button up the buttons.
Yeah, because that down kind of just shoves over in one corner. It doesn't want to spread out.
Yeah, exactly.
So it didn't have like any type of edging or tassels or anything like that you know of, like a light brown.
Not that I remember.
Is there anything in the house that resembles anything with some type of small tan, ropish kind of material or edging or anything like that? A blanket?
He may have pillows. Yeah, he may have had pillows. Yeah, he has pillows on his.
Oh, yeah.
On his
Now
bed,
I remember.
Not on the bed, but on the chair that's next to his bed.
Yeah.
There's also a round pillow that he uses. Make his bed, and there's just one. He puts it in the center. And there may be some kind of tassel thing on that.
Do you know anybody back here still that still has contact with him?
Yeah, lots of people, tons of people.
Is that how you found out about what had happened?
A friend of mine, Dan Freeman, called me last night.
Don't bite
I
me.
met Dan
Don't bite
through
me.
Travis
Dan Friedman.
Freeman.
Oh, Coco.
Yeah, FREEMAN.
Okay, yeah, we talked to him as well.
I met him last year with his sister when we all took a trip out to the Grand Canyon and to Sedona.
So he called you
Overrated.
last night and told you?
Do not like
Yeah.
the Grand Canyon.
Yeah. He didn't have a lot of information.
Any idea what everybody's talking about, what they're saying, what their suspicions are?
They're saying everything that I've heard was that, and I got a lot of my information from Bishop Layton, more details. And he's basically that they took everybody and separated them, and I don't know who everybody is. I'm assuming Zach because he was there, and his girlfriend, because I called Zach's cell phone and she couldn't tell me anything, but she answered. And she said, there are a lot of people here that I don't know, but Zach's not here. So it didn't make sense. And I was confused, but she couldn't tell me anything. So I didn't get a lot out of her, but Bishop Layton said he was there for 4 hours, and they interviewed everybody. And they all went to the police station, and that they're treating it as a suspicious death. And I heard from my friend Dave Hall that there was a lot of blood, and I don't know if that's just a rumor that's going around or true. And I also heard that his services will be in California, but that they haven't released his body to his grandma yet. So that's all I've really heard so far.
Well, I can tell you that we're investigating it as a homicide.
Okay.
And not a suspicious death anymore. It's pretty obvious.
Wow.
And it's important for us to find out why somebody would want to do harm to him.
Exactly.
What kind of stuff he was possibly involved in, or maybe it just could have been as simple as a burglary or an intruder or something that had gone wrong.
I'm wondering because he's so, when they said suspicious death, I thought, well, he's trying to shed pounds for Cancun, so he looks good in boxers or a bathing suit or whatever, or swim trunks. And, I know that he takes supplements, and he works out really, really hard. I've seen him work out. It's a very intense routine, and he has these heavy dumbbells that he uses. And
P90X?
really strong. I mean, there are a couple times we've tried to wrestle just for fun and show me some moves, and there's just no, I don't see how anyone, unless maybe there were two people, I don't see how anyone could overpower him unless there was.
He's a pretty good sized guy.
Yeah, he was close to 200 pounds, I think.
Yeah. It would take, I would say, two people.
Trying to figure out how to do this, guys.
I've tried with officers, working this job to take down a woman at 135 pounds who's out of control, and it's difficult to control, somebody like that. No ideas come to mind, why somebody would want to hurt him. Did he owe somebody money? Did he have any worries or concerns about anybody?
He did owe people money, but they were all good friends. They weren't it wasn't a bad situation. It was, in fact, there was one family that lent him money that's very, very wealthy from what I understand, and it's not like it hurt them to lend him the money. Of course, they expected him to pay it back, and he had a very reasonable timeline. And they also had a really good collateral in case he didn't pay back. They owned a piece of stock that he owned, so if they didn't pay him back, it was like $6,000 or something. I think it was $6,000. But if he didn't get them paid back on time, then they would just keep his stock, which would eventually be worth over $25,000. So I mean, I don't think they were worried about that at all. That's the Hyatt family. Frank Hyatt was there last night. But that was when he was struggling financially several months back, and I don't know. I haven't talked to him about how that's going since. But I know that's.
What's the situation with the car that was? Somebody mentioned a BMW.
Yeah, I'm buying his BMW.
Okay, because we found a check that was written by you to him. I think it was last month.
Yeah, I recently mailed him a check. I mailed him that and a few other things. I'm making payments to him.
Okay, and you still have that car right now?
No, it's actually not in my possession. I did the dumbest thing. I went and hooked it up to the U-Haul. Everything was cool and set to go. I got the dolly where the back wheels are on the ground because it was cheaper.
Yeah.
And the U-Haul guy said, okay, drive it up here. Okay, stop, brake. And everything was cool. And I stopped the car, turned it off. Both got the car, left the door open so they could look at everything. And they shut the door and said, you're good to go. And I took off. And this is going to sound really dumb. I realize now that this is not how you tow a car, but I left it in first gear.
Yeah.
And I started headed down the highway and I blew the engine to smithereens. It looked like it gave birth all over the highway. There was just black oil everywhere. And so it's sitting at Wes's Auto something.
Bizarre.
It's sitting there in Mesa. And the guy's been really nice about just keeping it until Travis figures out what he can do. We've called lawyers about it. And my lawyer said, have your insurance fix it. And his lawyer said your insurance might not fix it because it might be considered mechanical. So that's the last we talked about it. We've been, he's been real busy and hasn't had a lot of time to attend to it. And I have a vehicle right now, but not for much longer because I have to give it back to the bank. So, either way.
When did you mail that payment at the bank?
It was a few weeks ago. Yeah, it must have been.
So you're still making payments to that?
Oh yeah. In fact, that's my first payment because we just did this car deal like right before I moved, and he said we have a buyer's agreement too. I think that I checked out and emailed to him. But we have, like he said, just get on your feet, and then start sending payments. And the agreement was no X amount per month, whatever I could pay. So finally got a job and gave him that payment for $200.
What was $200 a month?
Yeah. It was $100 a month minimum.
Okay.
Minimum. And if I could pay more, please.
Okay. We did talk to certain people, and
People thought you were crazy.
I mean, I don't want to tell you this. I don't want to make you feel bad, but they didn't have the best of things to say about you. They felt that you were either taking advantage of him or just hanging around when you weren't wanted. They mentioned that you would sometimes
Get out, scream.
end up going into his house. You were in his house when he didn't want you there. And he would ask you to leave, but you would continue to return. There was also some talk about you, spying on his email and Facebook accounts, those kinds of things.
He gave me his Facebook password and his MySpace password, and I gave him my Facebook password and my Gmail account password. And the reason we did that is because it was kind of dumb. We did that months and months ago, and we thought, what can we do to try to reestablish trust between us? And why don't we start with that? And so that's what we did. And then, it just didn't work. He got really upset finally, and he's like, no, this isn't working. And I said, all right, this is too much of a headache. Let's just change our passwords. So we did. We changed our passwords after that.
How long ago did you guys change them?
I changed mine, not long ago, probably 3 weeks ago, maybe. And I don't know about his because once he made it clear that he wasn't comfortable with that anymore, I didn't even try to get back into his account anymore. So.
Yeah, I mean, I've been married almost 20 years, and I don't have my wife's email.
Really? I know it's.
You just have to trust sometimes.
It's true.
Yeah.
It's true. And I told him, we've had hours upon hours of conversation, and I said, I just don't know if I could ever trust you again, and he doesn't know if he could ever trust me again because I might always want to get back into his phone and find out, does he really have something going on or what? Because, he did at one point, and so he said, yeah, I understand that. And he said, but if we were married, you would have all my passwords to everything because there wouldn't be anything to worry about.
Yeah.
And I thought, well, that's nice,
Yeah.
but we're not married. So, and as far as getting into his emails, that never happened. What he has on his computer is he would oftentimes just leave his computer on, and he'll leave his
I would just hope myself.
And there were times when I got on his computer to look up other things, and if his Gmail window was open, then I would just close it. That would constantly get me into his mouth.
You know, I had to mention that to you because we are getting a search warrant for his email, or Gmail and Facebook and those accounts, and we can't tell where those things were accessed from by IP addresses. And I just want to make it clear that that if you did access it from somewhere else at a certain time, if you access it from California, we're going to know.
Yeah, I'll tell you right now that I did.
Okay.
He gave me his passwords. No, the only accounts that I've accessed though were MySpace and Gmail because those were the only passwords.
And how long ago? When was the last time you actually accessed them?
Weeks ago, we had a conversation where it's like he made it clear that he wasn't comfortable with that anymore, and I said that's okay. And I changed my Gmail account password because he got into that too, and then he saw another guy's email there, and gave me a hard time about it. And so it just was dumb. We're both trying to move on, and we're both, I don't know, it was weird.
Seems like there was a lot of jealousy issues.
I think there might have been on both parts. For me, it wasn't so much jealousy as it was like I just wanted to know, I just wanted him to be honest. And for him, I think one of the reasons I moved was because we were spending too much time together and we weren't moving on, and wasn't able to. I mean, I guess I could have dated other people, but our social circles were so small that anytime you heard about something, it just wasn't good.
Did you move down here the first time because of him?
Yeah, I moved there because of him, and I moved away because of him. Primarily, I also moved away for financial reasons. I'm with my parents now, but there were three main reasons I moved here. One, I missed my family. Two, financially, and three was because of travel. And the main reason that I moved there was because of travel.
Okay. Yeah, because when we first arrived on scene and started talking to people, some of his closest friends, began mentioning your name as, hey, you need to call her because she probably knows what happened to him, or she possibly had something to do with it.
Oh gosh, no, I've had
that's how bad it was getting at the scene. And I needed to talk to you to find out why they would say something like that. Why they would start pointing fingers in your direction right away.
Why is this sounding familiar?
I don't know. Maybe because I'm the ex-girlfriend. We've had lots of fights.
Was there a lot of issues? I mean, obviously it wasn't a great relationship.
It was great for a while until we started fighting because I did the wrong thing and I got into his phone because I had a suspicion that he wasn't being faithful, and I found a bunch of text messages that were no good.
So do we believe that?
Rather than being an adult about it and confronting him, I kept it in and I kind of let it fester, and I was miserable and I didn't know why, and I wanted to tell him, but I was worried that it would just lead to an unnecessary fight. And then I realized this was no kind of relationship, so it finally all came out, and he was really apologetic, but we just both realized that neither of us could be in an adult relationship, and that was June of last year. So at that point, we continued to see each other,
What?
a long time after that.
Well, I'm glad I did get a hold of you and you did call me, because it kind of clears up a lot of the questions I had, a lot of the concerns.
Yeah, I bet, buddy.
It's not what I don't think it's what these people thought was going on. So.
I should probably tell you that Travis, when he got upset, he would send me really mean emails. He would send me mean text messages and things.
All right.
You'll find probably some stuff on his Facebook. I know for sure you'll find one on his Facebook, and definitely in his Gmail, and you're welcome to access all of my accounts too if you want. With Travis,
we're probably gonna subpoena all his Facebook and Gmail, and everything to see who he was communicating with, what he was saying, what he was saying to him.
That's good
I'm
to know,
not sure how
Josh.
far
Thanks.
back. We usually go 6 months to a year.
Okay.
But, in a case like this, we need to know, who had some type of beef with him, why they would do something like this to him.
Yeah.
I hate telling people over the phone, but, like I said, it is a homicide investigation. And it was an angry situation. And when we see scenes like this, the first thing we think is these people hated each other. Somebody went in there to hurt him, and they did. And they hurt him really bad. And he's a big guy, and it would take, like I mentioned to you before, it would take more than one person to do this to him.
Can you?
And I was just hoping maybe you could kind of point me in the right direction. I'm talking to everybody that he knows that knows.
I went to a guy named Thomas Brown, and I don't think that, honestly, I haven't seen or heard from him since he was kicked out. I think his last name was Brown. I could try to find him on lbslinkup.com, but that was so long ago, though. That was last spring of 2007, March even. And what happened was he got kicked out because he was considered like borderline sexual predator, not like a rapist, but coming on to girls and
I'm sorry. What is a borderline sexual predator? Is there a Google definition, or is that just some crazy lunatic bitch shit that you just came up with? Okay, thanks. Bye.
that kind of thing. And it's just really looked down upon in the church. And so he was disfellowshipped, and Travis said, "You need to get out, get your stuff out of my house." And it wasn't a friendly situation. It was said over the phone because he and I were in Missouri and somewhere back east, just touring, and Thomas was.
So he ended up kicking him out at that time?
Yeah, he kicked him out at the time, but Thomas, he's a really big guy.
Yeah.
But he doesn't seem like this. He doesn't seem violent. He seems pretty gentle. He just seems like a little bit thuggish, but like he was trying to act the part, not because he was that. Because he thought it would like attract chicks or something. I don't know. So he seems honestly like I didn't know him that well, but he seemed like a big dumb teddy bear.
Well, that's unique.
So as part of this conversation, was there also a discussion between you and the defendant about whether or not she had some regrets about not being there at the time of the attack?
Yes.
And is that memorialized in this letter 274 as to what her feelings are about whether or not she should have been there?
Yes.
I move to the admission of 274.
Again, Judge, I'm going to object to the admission of another excerpt that I am not.
Please approach.
Why would she say that?
Okay. And I just wanted to say, again, that Travis and I had an on-off kind of relationship. We just weren't talking a lot the last several weeks, a couple times a week, and I just keep saying, what if I just gone down there? What if I had never moved and I would have been there? And I don't know.
So you guys continue to talk this whole time?
Yeah, definitely. It was more sporadic. But we usually talk late at night, like anywhere between 12 a.m. or 1 a.m. and like 2 or 3 or 4 in the morning. He was kind of.
Did he have any other cell phones besides? Well, we found one cell phone.
No, I'm pretty sure he didn't. Otherwise, I'd know about it. He had his Verizon cell phone and he had his landline.
I don't have any other questions at this time, however, I will recall them.
Cross-examination.
Hello, Detective.
Hello.
Remember me?
I was going to ask you about the portion of your work that Mr. Martinez just spoke to you about, all right?
Okay.
But before we do that, let me back up just a little bit. You mentioned that you were called out to the scene.
Yes.
Okay. How does that work exactly?
The call usually comes in from a patrol officer to my supervisor. We had 2 supervisors at that time in the homicide unit, and they make the decision on who to call out to investigate that particular homicide that night.
Okay. So when you received the call asking you to go out to this address on Queensboro, what information do you have?
The only information I had was that there was a suspicious death, and they gave me the address on Queensboro, and they didn't have any further information.
Okay. And you recall, as best you can estimate, how long a time period was it between the time that you received that call and by the time you arrived at the house on Queensboro?
It was within an hour.
Okay. And describe for us, if you will, what the scene was when you arrived. What was going on when you pulled up to the house?
Well, the house was cordoned off with police caution tape around the entire residence. Actually, the street was blocked off as well. And there were police vehicles and patrol officers and patrol supervisors there at that time.
Okay. You say the street was blocked off. Was that just in front of the house or was that the entire street?
No, just in front of the house.
Okay. And it seems to me like there were some, based on what Officer Williams told us, there were some people around the house. Where were they?
They were off on one of the corners, probably about 30 to 40 yards away from the house.
Okay. And why don't you tell us, were there several officers there, or just kind of give us a description of that?
Anywhere from around 4 to 6 officers, I would say.
Okay. So the crime scene had been cordoned off. The people were put into a certain area, correct?
They weren't really put in an area, but they were off on a corner somewhere. There were neighbors and, from what I could tell, friends of Travis.
Okay. And tell us what you did when you got up to the house.
We first met with the patrol supervisor,
Okay.
uniform patrol supervisor there, and we received a briefing of what they've received so far, the information, and what they've done up to that point.
Okay. And that was the night of the 9th?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And you said you were there till the early morning hours of the 10th?
We were there pretty much the entire day, the rest of the day as well.
Okay. So how long did you stay on that first night?
I don't recall the exact time, but I know it was evening. It was dark when we left on the 10th.
Okay. And then you returned the 10th?
Yes.
In the morning?
Yes.
Okay. And this phone call we just heard about, we just heard excerpts from, I should say. When did that take place?
That took place late morning, early afternoon on the 10th.
Okay. And then when you referenced during that phone call, you just heard it, correct?
Yes.
You referenced people talking about Miss Arias being a stalker, always around when she wasn't supposed to be, that sort of thing. Where did that information come from?
That information came from some of my fellow officers and fellow detectives who I assigned to go talk and interview some of the people at the scene.
Not to talk.
So they conduct interviews with these various people, and then you discuss what they learned with them. Okay. And did you talk to anyone specifically that night?
We conducted some interviews at the Mesa Police Station. Mimi Hall, who was here testifying, we talked to her and some of the roommates as well.
Okay.
There was 2 roommates in particular.
And that was part of your portion of the initial investigation, right? The
Yes.
part you did yourself. Okay. I want to again focus in on that phone call. Miss Arias told you that Travis's weapons were his 2 fists. You recall hearing that?
Yes.
A few minutes ago? Okay. She also mentioned that he, I think her words were to the effect of loves beating the crap out of a punching bag.
Yes.
Okay. Was there a punching bag found in the home?
Yes, there was.
Okay. And where was that located?
It was, I would say the downstairs living room area.
Okay. And could you describe that for us? Because I know sometimes there's punching bags that sit on the ground, sometimes hang from the ceiling.
It's one of the type that sits on the ground. It has the larger base. I don't know, it's filled with water or sand or something.
Okay.
And then it has the punching bag padded area above it.
Okay.
I don't know much about punching bags, so.
When you found that, or you observed that, and I should back up, you did enter the home that night, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when you observed that punching bag, did it look like it was in place, like it had been used recently? Do you know?
I couldn't tell.
Okay. She also mentioned in this phone call that she was employed by Mr. Alexander to clean his home.
Yes.
Okay. Did you later went through, you talked also in this phone call about going through subpoenaing his Facebook, his MySpace, Gmail, all that stuff, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did you review those materials?
No, I never subpoenaed them at that time. It was at a later date.
Okay, at a later date.
Yes.
But you did eventually get to reviewing those materials?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember how much later that was?
A year,
Okay.
year and a half.
Year and a half
I
later.
can't remember the specific date, but yeah.
All right. Do you remember seeing an email from Mr. Alexander to Miss Arias where he provides her a picture of the French maid outfit that he would like her to don when she cleans his apartment, or his home, excuse me?
That doesn't sound familiar.
Okay.
I don't remember that.
All right. You also asked Miss Arias about rope or tassels, or when you were talking about the bedding, you specifically brought up rope or tassels. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Could you tell us why you did that?
In part of the scene, we actually saw a small piece of fabric. It appeared to be maybe part of a tassel. And it was right in the middle of the scene in the bathroom.
Okay. A moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Detective, I'm going to hand you Exhibit 271. Exhibit 270.
Just so you know, rather, we're just going to get through
269.
this part. So
268.
like 25 more minutes, and
267.
then we'll call it a night, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.
266. And 265. Now, Detective, I showed you, do you recognize the exhibits I've put before you?
Yes.
Okay. And as it relates, there are some that relate to the bathroom area, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And there are some that are elsewhere in the house, is that correct?
yes,
Okay. But you recognize all those photos as true and accurate depictions of the crime scene that you saw that night?
yes, they are.
Judge, I'd move for the omission of those exhibits.
Any objection?
No.
Exhibit 265, 266, 267, 268, 269, 270, and 271 are admitted.
May I close, Your Honor?
May.
So weird. I wanted to change the
And
name
for the
of
record,
it.
Detective, we're going to begin with Exhibit 270. Could you describe for us what you see there?
Yeah, it's that piece of fabric
Okay.
listed as number 8,
Okay.
with placard 8.
And that is the rope or tassel you're referring to with Miss Arias in the phone call?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Detective, I'm going to show you Exhibit 271. And could you advise us what we're seeing there?
Same one as the last one, just at a different angle.
Okay. And again, for the record, Exhibit 265.
Oh, I'm sorry, patriotic.
Yes, another
Okay.
piece of
better.
rope or tassel.
All right.
Let me look.
And that was, just so we're clear as well, that's another piece, correct?
A separate piece,
Okay.
also in the bathroom area.
I'm literally checking my schedule.
And Detective, if you could describe for us what we see in this exhibit.
That's same as the last one, item number 3, different angle.
And for the record, this is Exhibit 266. Let's see here. Detective, could you describe for us what you see in this exhibit?
You talking about the same placard, number 3?
2, 3, and 4.
Yeah, same as the last. There were also other items there. I believe the other 2 and 4 were hair fibers.
Let me just say this, patriotic. I would set your notifications on for this channel because I'm not sure if it's going to be a 11 a.m. stream or another 3 p.m. stream. I think I'm just going to go with the flow tomorrow and make a decision then. Well, not really. I'll put it in a description tonight, but I can't tell you specifically right this moment. So the best way to make sure that you don't miss it is by turning on the notification bell on YouTube. Oh, press the wrong thing. There we go.
Okay. And as we were talking earlier, pieces of this rope-like substance were also found elsewhere in the home, were they not?
Yes.
I want to show you, for the record, exhibit number 268.
I need to figure out what I'm.
Could you describe for us what we see there?
Yes, another piece of the thread or string tassel, and this was actually on the stairs leading up to the bedroom.
Okay. And this would be that same piece of rope, just further depicting the stairs, is that correct?
Yes, yeah, without the placard.
Okay. Now, in terms of choosing to photograph these items, or do you direct a person to take certain pictures, or how does that work?
Yes, it's up to my direction.
Okay. And so then on, be it on the 9th or the 10th, your attention was drawn to this rope and thought it might be of significance in your investigation, correct?
Yes.
Okay. The other bit of conversation you had with Ms. Arias dealt with, she told you when you were discussing the emails, you were talking about getting into his emails, and she was talking about discussions they had while in the email account. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall her saying that he had said several mean things to her?
Yes.
In these emails. And I guess according to your testimony previously, it was about a year and a half later that you actually looked at these emails, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you remember seeing emails in which Mr. Alexander referred to Miss Arias as a, quote, three-hole wonder?
Yes, I do.
As a slut?
Yes.
As a whore?
Yes.
Thank you, Detective.
Redirect.
Why was he referring to her like that? What had she done?
Speculation.
Sustained.
Well, you read that email, right? You responded to defense counsel, didn't you?
Yes.
Any knowledge that you have comes from that email, doesn't it?
Yes.
What did that email say? Why was he upset?
Objection calls for speculation.
Approach, please.
Please take a look at Exhibit 275.
What the fuck? Why is he yelling?
Are you familiar with that? Yes, sir.
Yes, I am.
And with regard to that item, is that what is it, first of all?
It's a copy of instant message emails sent back and forth between Jodi Arias and Travis Alexander.
And you were asked previously on cross-examination about this reference to a three-hole wonder, correct?
Yes.
Is that the document contains that reference?
Yes, it is.
With regard to that reference involving that particular comment, why was that comment made as indicated in that document?
Objection calls for speculation.
Kind of does.
Sustained as phrased.
Well, let's go to page 8 at the bottom. At the bottom. What is he complaining about?
What page was that again, sir?
8 at the bottom. Four lines from the bottom.
Three-hole one.
References to being used sexually by Miss Arias.
What is he saying?
Specifically, let me read it from here. I think I was little more than a dildo with a heartbeat to you.
And that's what he's saying to her, right?
Yes.
In the previous pages, pages 1 and 2 and 3, do they talk about whether or not to tell the truth?
Yes.
Answering the questions post and cross.
Mr. Martinez?
It's part of the same document, and it's part of the reason why he's calling what he's calling her.
There's no link, Judge. I mean, he's had to speculate on the link.
Counsel approach and bring the transcript, please.
Do I want a burrito or a bowl, guys?
Page 3. Read the whole page.
starts with Facebook.
I kind of want to.
Yes, just read it though.
Okay. Me.
No, read it to yourself.
Oh, okay. I thought
Gosh,
you wanted me to read it
okay.
out loud.
I don't know. Because I don't like their chips anymore. They've changed their chips, and I think they're gross. So that's why I've been doing the burrito more. Also, I had to gain weight because when I was sick, I got down to an unhealthy weight. So that has a lot of carbs. Josh says he changed his mind. All right, let's do the burrito.
Okay.
And in terms of the reference to the three-hole wonder, it's toward the bottom, correct?
Yes.
Go ahead and read the next page, which is 416, to yourself.
Why to himself? Is it too naughty to read out loud? That was such a lame voice.
Okay.
What is the context of that comment?
The context throughout those 2 pages is Travis Alexander and Jodi Arias are having a conversation, and Travis is complaining about her lying to him.
So you were asked about some fibers, and these are set out in exhibits numbers 265 through 271. Do you remember those? And I'll start with 265, for example.
Yes.
Have you guys noticed that they've changed their chips at Chipotle?
First of all, you see the scale on there, right? This is exhibit number 265.
Yes.
And what is that word there?
It says metric.
And with regard to
There, you guys are seeing my forehead.
these spaces in between, in terms of the metric scale, what are they? Okay, centimeters, millimeters, kilometers, what are they?
The large section
No,
is
this.
the small ones, millimeters.
And how many millimeters are there in an inch?
Approximately 25.
It's a little bit more than 25.
Yes.
Isn't it?
Yes.
How much?
Well, there's 2.4 centimeters in an inch, and then there's 10.
So it's 2.54 or 2?
Yeah, 2.54.
So you're talking 25.4 millimeters to an inch, right?
Yes.
And so that will tell us, for example, by looking at this, by counting out 25 millimeters, how much an inch is, right?
Yes.
With regard to those particular items there, can you tell whether or not this really is a piece of a rope?
It looks more like a small thread.
And if you take a look at exhibits 63 and 81, take a look at those, first of all.
Yes.
Do you recognize those?
Yes.
What are those photographs of?
Photographs of the interior of Travis Alexander's house, more in particular, his bedroom and part of the bathroom near the shower.
And were those taken back at the time of the investigation of the crime in June of 2008?
Yes.
I move for the admission of exhibit 63 and 81.
Hey, guys, are we going to hear why it took so long
Exhibit 63 and 81 will be admitted.
between the murder in the trial? Eventually. Also, I leave town next Thursday, so
Let's take a look at Exhibit 63. What are we looking at here?
A photograph of Travis Alexander's bedroom.
And specifically, what is this item here?
Those are throw pillows.
And what's around the corners of those throw pillows?
Tassel-like fibers.
oh, okay.
Those tassel-like fibers, if we take a look at exhibit number 265, you were there. Can you tell us whether or not they're similar to those?
Yes, they are.
There.
And let me show you another exhibit. It's exhibit number 271. You see this that's on there? This item here, you see that?
Yes, I do.
Take a look at exhibits numbers 64 and 68.
Okay.
Those are photographs. Are they true and accurate depictions of an area and an item from the scene that existed back when the investigation was being conducted in June of 2008?
Yes, they are.
Wait, you're saying that
Look at the admission of exhibits 64 and 68.
what do you mean? What do you mean by retrial?
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 64 and Exhibit 68 will be admitted.
This is exhibit 64. And orient us a little bit. What are we looking at here?
Looking at the interior of Travis Alexander's bedroom, looking from just behind the entry door. You can actually see the door on the right-hand side, door handle. And you're looking, what direction? Kind of like a northeast direction into the bedroom.
What does this door lead to?
That one is actually to the closet that parallels the hallway into the bathroom.
And exhibit number, and there is something in the middle here, this photograph, the first one, 264, correct? Right there?
Yes, the sandals.
Okay. Then if we take a look at exhibit 68, that's a close-up of what?
The sandals in the middle of the room.
And with regard to these sandals, do they have any covering on them where a person would step?
Hell.
Yes, full of fibers.
And you see this right here. What is this? These items that are sticking out from around the sandals?
Those are the actual fibers that the sandals are covered with.
Shaggy dog slippers.
And then if we take a look at exhibit number 271, what is that? In your opinion, is that consistent with having come from those shoes?
Yes, it is consistent.
And looking through this whole house, was there ever a rope that was found?
No.
So if there had been a rope there and you didn't find it, what would have happened to the rope?
Objection calls for speculation. It's beyond the scope of cross.
Overruled.
We would have taken it.
I know, but if it wasn't there, would you have taken it?
No.
If somebody had taken it before you, would you have taken it?
No, I couldn't have.
But did you find any long lengths of rope or anything like that when you were there?
No.
And did you find, for example, in exhibit 63, was that bedroom examined?
Yes, it was.
Was the area here around the bed examined?
Yes.
Was the area, exhibit number 64, was the area right around here examined?
Yes.
And I mean the lower portion. Did any officers look underneath the bed?
Yes.
Did they look behind the headboard?
Yes.
Was there ever a knife found anywhere near that?
No.
Was there ever any rope found anywhere near there? In other words, any of these little strands that we're talking about, were any of those found anywhere near the bed?
No.
You talked about cordoning off the street and that sort of thing when you got there and the house being cordoned off. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
What's the purpose of that?
To secure the residence, to keep anybody from going in and disturbing any evidence.
So that from the time that the police received the call till the time the first police officer came, that meant that nobody had access to that place, correct?
That's correct.
And how long did you keep the scene open, or how long was the scene secured, so to speak?
Almost 3 days.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
I have one question from a juror. Are there any other questions from the jury? If there are questions, ladies and gentlemen, raise your hand, and if you need some time to write it out, just let me know, and we will wait for you. Counsel, please approach. All right, Detective, the juror has a question for you. Are the exhibits number 272, 273, and 274 from the same conversation?
What exhibits are those? Could I see them again?
Yes.
I didn't know this happened. This is wild. Jurors can ask questions. Thank you, Josh.
Yes, they are.
I'm
Mr.
kind of
Norman,
thinking
you
of
may
going
recross and follow up on the juror question if you have anything.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Wow. Thank you.
A moment, please.
Maybe Huskies was thinking of Karen Reed by the retrial statement.
Clerk, do you still have exhibits up with you?
Yes.
If we go till 8, we can get through day 2 and
If I may
then
approach, Your Honor.
jump around.
Well, actually, I'll tell you what, we will put up Exhibit 63. Again, Mr. Martinez showed you that just a minute ago.
Let's
Recall seeing
go.
that?
Yes.
Okay. Based on the observations you made, and I believe what you told us was that this picture accurately depicts what you saw at the crime scene on June 9th and or June 10th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it would appear that those pillows are in an unmolested state. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay.
What?
And you recall Mr. Martinez also asked you about pair of sandals or flip-flops with some fibers on them, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Let me step back a bit. Mesa Police Department, how long have you been employed there?
19 years?
Okay, so you're pretty familiar with the practices and the procedures and those sort of things, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I suspect then, could you tell us whether Mesa Police Department has a crime lab?
Yes, we do.
Okay. And what sort of things does that crime lab do?
Everything from DNA typing, fingerprint analysis, blood work, those kinds of things.
Okay. So if they had known fibers, for example, from these pillows or from sandals or that sort of thing, they could compare that against items you found at the crime scene, correct?
Our lab does not do that.
Okay. So there would be no way for you to compare?
We would have to send those out to another lab.
Okay. Was that done?
No.
Okay. So the estimation you're making that these are similar characteristics are just based on your observation, not any actual data or testing. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Martinez?
Those 3 exhibits or the 3 DVDs that you have in front of you, those were from the same conversation, correct?
Yes, they were.
What date was the conversation that you had of those 3 DVDs?
They were June 10th, 2008.
And who initiated that? In other words, I know you made the call, but were you returning a call?
I was returning a call, a message to call Jodi Arias back.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
You may step down.
Okay, let's go. Hurry, hurry, hurry. No, no, we do not want.
And how long have you worked for the Mesa Police Department?
Sorry.
I was hired in September of 2004.
And what were your duties when you were initially hired?
When I was originally hired at the Mesa Police Department, I was hired as a crime scene technician. I was promoted in June of 2005 to latent print examiner.
And what kind of, do you have to have a degree for that sort of thing? What kind of experience did you have or education prior to being hired?
I hold a Bachelor of Science degree in anthropology and journalism.
Why is it
I have an Associate of Science degree in forensic technology.
And what were your duties back in June of 2008?
In June of 2008, I was a latent print examiner. Among my duties includes performing the comparative analysis of unknown finger and palm prints that are recovered from crime scenes and items of evidence to known subjects' prints. I also process evidence in the laboratory using various chemicals and powders, and I respond to major crime scenes. I take photographs, collect evidence, and process for latent prints.
With regard to this issue of latent fingerprints, what is a latent fingerprint?
A latent fingerprint is a chance impression. On the palmar sides of your hands and the soles of your feet, we have a specialized type of skin that's called friction ridge skin. It's very similar to corduroy in that there are peaks and valleys to that skin. And throughout the day, you can collect different materials on the surface of your skin, including oils from your face or hair, grease from the food that you eat, or other things throughout your day. And when you touch a surface, you can leave an impression of the arrangement of friction ridges on your hands or palms onto that surface.
So as I understand what you're saying is that these impressions that are left behind, well, let me ask it this way. Are they left behind every single time that a person, for example, touches a surface like I'm doing here on this podium?
No, there are many reasons a print may or may not be left behind.
Well, does environment have anything to do with whether or not this impression is going to be left behind?
Yes.
Specifically, what environmental factors affect whether or not a print is going to be left behind?
If it's a very warm day, most of the perspiration on your fingers is water. It can evaporate. So if it's a very warm day, you may not leave an impression behind. You may have very dry hands. The residue left behind could evaporate from the surface. If it's been raining, the residue could be washed away. Environmental factors like that can affect whether a print is left behind or not.
How about a surface? For example, if I get a hold of something that's made out of wood and I put my hands all over it, am I more or less likely to leave a chance or latent fingerprint behind? It's got a lot of holes in it. It's just a piece of wood.
I would say in that case, you're less likely to leave a latent print behind on a very rough, holey surface than a smooth, hard surface. If you think of a fingerprint as a rubber stamp and think about if you ink up a rubber stamp and press it on a very rough surface, you don't get a very clear impression of that stamp left behind. A fingerprint is the same sort of thing.
What about movement? What if I'm, for example, going through something and I'm moving very quickly and I slide my hand against the surface like I did of the podium there? Am I less or more likely to leave a fingerprint?
You may leave a fingerprint behind in that circumstance, but you could be smearing the fingerprint and the the arrangement won't be visible. It won't be very clear based on the movement.
So you get these fingerprints, let's assume that you actually left them. How do you go about determining who's the person that left them behind? Let's say in this world where you have billions and billions of people, you don't know who the person was that left it behind. That's why you're checking. So how is it that you go about effecting an identification?
The methodology that we use to compare fingerprints, it goes by the acronym ACE-V. That's ACE-V. That stands for analysis, comparison, evaluation, and verification. In the analysis phase, what an examiner will do is examine the latent impression to determine its overall suitability for comparison, the overall ridge flow of that print. Can I tell if it's a finger or a palm? Can I tell the orientation of the print? How clear is the information? Is there a great deal of difficulty in distinguishing between the raised portions, which would be the ridges, and the furrows? We're looking for 3 levels of detail in a fingerprint. Level 1 detail is the overall ridge flow, and in the fingers will be pattern type. And we're looking for level 2 detail. That's called ridge characteristics. There's many other terms that can be used, such as
EMU is where graduation meets opportunity. Get the skills, the experience, and the job fast. Start building your future with in-demand programs and real-world experience. Eastern Michigan University.
in some cases, a different type of identifier will be used. In this case, I used letters for those things that were photographed that could not be collected directly.
Let me show you an exhibit. You recognize exhibit 249?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
That is a diagram of a portion of the scene that I responded to.
Which portion of the scene are we talking about?
It appears to be the master bedroom.
When you say it appears, it sounds like you're not sure. Are you sure or are you not sure?
Yes, it is. It's the master bedroom, closet, and bathroom.
Is this a true and accurate depiction of the scene as it existed when you were there and you conducted your work?
He's so rude.
Yes, it is.
And how long were you there conducting your work?
We spent over 3 days at the crime scene.
When you say we, it's sort of a royal thing. I'm not interested in what others may have done. How long were you at the scene? Because that's where it really is testifying.
3 days.
All right. And there were others that were there with you, correct?
Yes, there were.
Were there also technicians there with you?
Yes.
And who else would have been there with you assisting throughout this thing?
In what capacity?
In any capacity.
There were several detectives there at various times, officers. There was members of the biology unit of the Mesa Police Department and also another latent print examiner.
When you say the members of biology unit, what do they concentrate on?
DNA evidence.
And in this particular case, you can see that there's a variety of numbers here, and there's also red areas and body and that sort of thing. Is this a true and accurate depiction of all the items that were at the scene at the time that you were there during those 3 days in June of 2008?
Yes.
I move to the admission of exhibit 249.
Moment, Your Honor.
Hey guys, so it's like dawning on me that I feel like this is something that we all know, you know, and it's just lawyers have to say the inevitable and the blatantly obvious so that the jurors have complete understanding of what they're looking at and hearing, right? But we have an advantage because we are watching this for a very specific reason. The reason is not to learn everything about latent prints. So I think I'm going to make the executive call that we are going to end for the night. And I am going to figure out where we want to start tomorrow. And I see that most people voted that we should go ahead and do just the highlights. I don't know how I feel about that now, even though I don't know how we're going to swing it because this is forever long of a trial. And we can't do it on 1.5 speed. So I'm not quite sure, but let me think about it. And I will be here around lunch tomorrow. I think that's a fair assumption to make. So if you are watching live, thank you for joining me. If you are watching on replay, thank you so much. Please let us know in the comments that you are watching on replay. And if you haven't done so already, make sure to smash that like button. And if you aren't already subscribed to my channel, why? It's free. You can come join us anytime. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate my mods. Thank you for the gifted memberships. Thank you for the super chats. You guys were great today. Almost 5 hours. So we're going to figure this out. If there are special parts of this trial that you really like, that you think are super important for us to watch, please make sure to comment with those witnesses or those moments or whatever you think I should know. As someone who did not watch every single day of this, I remember it happening, but I didn't watch the trial. So thank you, Josh, for hanging in there and helping me out today. And thank you to anyone else watching live. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Have a good one. Bye. Crowd in the evening.